Hey, hey.
Ba, 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 ba. Hey. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba. So when are we gonna start the podcast?
Now.
Oh God! Oh no! Hey, what's up, man?
All good? I, I definitely said intro, and here we go.
Yeah, I know.
Cool, cool.
I'm doing a bit.
Okay. Um, you know who else is doing a bit?
Hmm?
Valve. They're doing a huge bit.
Are they?
They're doing a
What
bit.
what bit are they doing?
They're doing a bit
Are
where
they
they're doing a bit where they're pretending that they'll be able to output the hardware uh amount that they would like with this, but with the Steam Deck. But I'd be pleasantly surprised if this went differently from the controller and the Steam machines of past.
I think the bit they're doing is they're pretending that they're gonna support their hardware at all.
You know what the real bit is?
What's the wait? What? Yeah, what? Yeah,
The real bit is that Valve is releasing the Switch Pro.
yeah. Like, it's such a weird thing because it like on surface on paper, it's like oh yeah, that's a cool little bit. That's a cool little device, right? But like everything about it makes me feel bad. So the base version costs $50 more than the Switch OLED. So I'm like, oh holy shit, you could have totally put tons of juice in that new Switch and still had some kind of margin, and Nintendo just was like, nah. And then I'm like, oh cool, Steam Deck seems cool, except the part where I've held a Steam controller.
Mm-hmm.
I've
Yeah.
held one in my hands.
So this is the overall feeling I had as I was reading about the announcement of the Steam Deck was okay, yeah, uh-huh. And then like getting to the end of the breakdowns and such and kind of going like, okay, no 1080p, it's going to be 720. Okay. We're looking at a 64 gig internal on the cheapest model, which is ridiculous considering the size of most modern PC games and that are AAA.
A fucking joke.
So like you kind of hit that part and you're like, yeah, this is ridiculous. One Call of Duty game laughs at your entire internal storage.
No. Call of Duty games are like hundreds of gigs.
That's what I said. It laughs at your entire internal storage.
But like, I mean, shit. There's plenty of games on my Steam list that I would ostensibly want to play on that.
Yeah.
You can't. A Witcher can't fit on there.
But that makes the low end model like size a joke unless you go and you get the expanded an SD card, which is which you can get up to a terabyte now, which it feels like you pretty much would have to do if you're going to be playing like the bulkier games. If you're if you're playing a bunch of indie games and small things that are light and breezy, then you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But that 1 terabyte expansion probably a must.
Then you can get the next one, which is 256, and it comes with faster storage and a carrying case for $150 more.
Mm-hmm. And
then
there's
you
the
can get a 512,
mm-hmm.
which has anti-glare glass.
So to be perfectly honest, like all of that is like, oh yeah, this is the Switch Pro that's actually being announced. And at the same time, there's these issues, but a bunch of that shit, like to me personally, means nothing. When I saw this, the number one thing that I was like, even if this is all airtight, the number one thing is the name Valve and hardware, and the fact that I'm like, yeah, I don't. On a hardware side of things, I don't trust them to be able to do this. I just, that's a very nervous name to put on your hardware.
I find it. I have like 4 or 5 different things that just leap out at me as troubling, right? Number one is I've held a Steam controller, and these are being sold before people can touch them.
The index was good. Okay, all right, fair enough.
Yeah,
I completely
sure,
did not
fine.
touch the index.
The index is also like $1,200. Speaking of, hey Wooly, would you like to inform our non-Canadian audiences how much the fanciest of the Steam Decks costs in Canadian dollars?
Oh god, I didn't even do the translation.
It costs $933.
Well, there you go. Yeah. So I'm thinking, right, when I look at this, I don't care about my Switch undocked at all. So the screen, the resolution, the fucking the battery, the fucking store, like all of that does not mean shit to me because my shit stays firmly planted in its dock, and that's pretty much how I would use something like this if I were to get one. What immediately stood out, the first, like, scrolling through it, was just like, this might be the answer to the Strive tournament problem.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That in this hyper-specific use case,
it's crazy.
It is.
And the timing of that was not something that was only apparent to me, because not only were every other TO talking about the exact same idea, but the promo art, the promo screenshots for the Steam Deck literally have one where they're playing Strive docked with one stick plugged in and a hitbox plugged in. So they're like, oh, it's almost as if someone is listening to the Twitter conversation going on right now about what to do about the Guilty Gear Strive PC tournaments, you know? And
by almost as if it actually means they listened to no one while making this.
But it's that screenshot made everyone tilt their head sideways and go, huh.
Yeah, I'm sure the choice of the screenshot was actually in response to that.
You know.
But,
so some early tests are showing that I think they're looking at 1.5 frames of input delay off of a docked standard Steam Deck. So that's still a significant decrease from PS4 and PS5. So that is still pretty good. So that sounds feasible. What they would have to do is find a way to secure it like they do with Switches, so that like no one can just grab one and run away in the middle of a tournament. Like tether it or whatever, wire it into the table. And then two, you'd want to have I think Arturo was saying it would need a USB hub to power people's converters as well, in case people come with sticks that are like ridiculous, or it would. You can't just use the default USB-C dock port for that. But otherwise, and then the third thing, of course, is the TOs would have to get their hands on enough of them to make this work.
That's not going to happen.
I can't imagine how. I can't possibly imagine how.
That's just not going to happen.
Unless some ridiculous sponsorship occurs, I don't see how all these majors are going to be like, yeah, we'll take 50, please. And then somehow I'll actually get those 50.
Yeah.
So it's a potential solution, but there's a bunch of asterisks.
So it's not. Yeah. It's also got, like, I think the longest term problem is that its place in the console or handheld market or whatever is kind of unique and has problems that pretty much only it will be facing. So it's a little baby computer instead of a handheld or a console. It is basically just going to be running Steam games through Steam OS or whatever.
Hopefully not big picture.
Little baby computer, right? And you can plug it into your TV.
It's going to be big picture.
Yeah, probably some variation of it, maybe some custom thing. The difference is you're going to run into the same problem that you run into with a gaming laptop, which is 2-3 years from now, hey, all new games run like shit. Can I upgrade it? No. Oh, cool. You bought a $933 handheld that will become outdated because
Yeah.
people aren't building games for it.
Yeah.
You can just play existing games on it.
No, I think this is a purchase that like needs to be made fully aware that exactly this is not a console. This is a set PC in the middle of an ever-growing market, and that you are committing to a time and place in this market, and that you're not going to be able to upgrade that. You know, you have to absolutely purchase it with that in mind.
Like they're selling people $1,000 box so that they can play indie games on it.
Now, that might be what some people want, and that might be what some people need for their particular purposes. If you are looking to not play every AAA and like and basically play a bunch of indies and, you know, let's be real, probably some emulators and some shit like that, you know.
Yeah, you should get a Switch.
Then well, unless those games are not, or unless those games are not playable on it, or whatever. I don't know. There are some people that like probably can be fine with the games they play. I know personally, I don't play a bunch of major AAAs on my PC. Period. So my game selection would probably be fine with the hardware and the storage over time. But overall, again, it's also people that want to play these things on the go. You know, I wouldn't give a fuck about that at all. I would absolutely treat it as a docked, just mini set piece of hardware, if anything.
I like that part is, you would be like the dumbest person in the world if you bought one. Because then the argument goes, well, why don't you just put like $900 into your existing personal computer?
Exactly.
Right? Or 2 consoles. Or, you know, or, right? So it has to be for people on the go. And
doesn't even have bells and whistles and lights and lasers or my logo on it.
I watched the Vita die a horrible death. And my takeaway from that is that the average person doesn't want to play a big-ass AAA prestige mega video game on the bus because they only have 10, 15, 20 minutes. And most of the time, when I carried my 3DS or whatever on me, I just ended up checking shit on my phone anyway.
Now, the idea of upgrading your PC over time, admittedly, though, is one that that's the best part of like going the PC route with things.
Yeah.
And when you buy one of these, like, you would be buying it also aware of like the life cycle of a console, because this would last the life cycle of a console. You know,
Maybe.
That's the thing, is like, even though you're not upgrading it, it's going to give you the couple years that any other handheld or, you know, Sony or Nintendo device would, and then eventually it'll just start to run games that are on Steam more and more badly.
I see a comment that I need to respond to because they're right. They describe that North Americans aren't so big on that handheld shit, but Japan loves handhelds. To which I say, that's right. There will be mass adoption of a PC Steam-based handheld made by an American company in the country that has talent agencies that deletes people's images out of internet photos. That's gonna do gangbusters.
Yeah, I do imagine that this doing decently would then want to keep Valve in this space, but I just again question, like, so the index was good. Was the index available? Was it readily? Were there enough shipped? Were people able to get their hands on them?
Still not readily available.
Like, this is my question about like Valve putting their toes in the hardware market, is like, even when if the index went well, it's like, can people buy them? You know?
No.
So yeah, it's that
Paige wanted an index. She's never been even able to attempt purchasing one.
Because the Steam controller, like, as terrible as it was, the thing that saved most people is that they couldn't even get one to find out how
Yeah.
bad it was.
People don't even know.
Because it was very, very scarce.
They'll never know. I bought one so that you didn't have to. And
Yeah.
then turns out most of you couldn't anyway.
So that scarcity issue is always been a thing with them, you know. But we'll see. We'll see. I certainly do hope that I want to see some tests run where it's like off of the expansion storage. I want to see if like running things off of the SD card creates any, you know, performance issues, or if it's noticeable or negligible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I pretty much am squarely interested in this device as a potential tournament solution, and that's it.
Yeah. People are pointing out that you can install a Windows partition on it and just run anything that you could run on Windows, which I think that's pretty
Really?
clear. Or yeah.
Huh. Okay, so it's not locking you into big picture as a
Yeah, you can. It's the same. It's a personal computer thing, so you
Okay.
can install a partition on it, but
it's a PC.
that means
okay,
that you
cool.
have to share your 64 gigs between your 2 games and your Windows partition.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, get some terabyte SD cards, man. Just, you know.
It will probably live on as like a super emulator.
I remember, what was
Like-
the one called? Was it the FC32 or GP32X? The GP32X was a handheld emulation box, essentially, that existed for a while, and that did what it said it did. It was just, people just put games on that thing, and it ran them, and this might be a crisper, larger screen version of that. Although the button placement seems pretty fucking high. Seems
Button
high and
placement
wide.
Seems bad.
Because in order to get the thumb touchpads in there, the gyro stations, they had to put the buttons way up in the corners. So
Also, have
I
you
don't know.
seen the size of this thing in comparison to other things? It's like holding 4 Vitas.
I saw that it's heavier. I saw the weight was much heavier. I didn't see the size comparison.
It's like a heavier Wii U gamepad.
Boy.
That
Yeah.
seems ridiculous.
One thing I'm curious about is, you saw the feature where it's like rest your thumbs on the touchpad and then it turns into gyro.
Yeah.
Is that going to be a conversion of mouse input, or will that be an additional thing that the game needs to specifically support?
Well, if it specifically needs to support it, it won't be.
Yeah, so
We've
that's
learned that from the Steam
if
controller.
it just replaces
kit.
mouse, then you're fine.
Who knows?
We'll
I
see.
eagerly
We'll
await
see.
for this. So, Valve is a little bit like Google, with one key difference, where Google will put out a product or a service or whatever, and then it'll be not successful, and then they'll kill it, right? Valve is different. Valve lets their old projects languish and starve in absentia. Just Steam Link? Do you even still exist? I don't know. How about you, Steam controller? Want some crumbs? No crumbs for you. Live off the community configurations.
So, we've spent the last decade sitting down in front of microphones and cynically laughing at every flop and misstep that Nintendo and Sony make, right?
Yeah.
But one thing you gotta look at and realize is that for what it's worth, they're doing this video game console thing, and all these other attempts to get in there have not really worked out. Microsoft is still hanging in there, and they were a part of this early on in the decade, but a lot of these other attempts are really not landing.
They're not good.
And
now I'm looking at the Artifact Steam page. It's a dire mess. Mostly negative.
I wonder if, like, the future we head for is one where, like, there's pretty much no such thing as, like, an actual new competitor anymore. If it's really just one where it's like, this hardware will come out, it'll serve a particular small audience, and it'll have its pluses and its minuses, and anything exclusive will be what it has over the others, and then that'll sit in its corner, you know?
Well, I've got good news for you, sir. A new competitor is entering the race.
Oh, shit.
And this time, they are going to flop harder than ever before.
Soulja Boy 2?
Are you familiar? Comes with Braid 2.
Jonathan Blow and worked directly with Soulja Boy on the sequel.
That's right. Sick of being told that something will be the Netflix of video games, Netflix has decided that they'll be the Netflix of video games.
Yes. This is true. Damn. I was hoping to hear Soulja Boy laughing at how stupid it is when the guy jumps into the pit and then rewinds himself out of the pit. Did you I don't know if you saw, but like they already did this with like some Telltale games, right? They put the Minecraft story mode on Netflix as a, like, use your remote to pick your answers thing. And Bandersnatch,
that makes sense.
Bandersnatch exists as well, the Black Mirror interactable episode. Have you tried or seen any of those?
I have not.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, guess what? It plays exactly like games like Night Trap and Late Shift. It's just it's like you have these moments where you're waiting for your choice A or B. Dragon's Lair, Space Ace. It's just round 2 of those kinds of games. It'll serve its purpose, and if the game requires no input besides picking 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 on the screen, yeah, that'll work. And it's fucking Netflix, so like there's a billion eyeballs for them to do this with. Like it'll be fine, you know. It'll just be a weirdly, it'll be a version of a thing where, like, of a game where you watch a scene and then when you choose an option or press an input of any kind, there's a weird black loading moment and then it goes to your choice. So you just have those weird hiccups, and that's
not
all
what they're going to be doing. They're going to be doing the game streaming thing.
Aren't they? Isn't it going to be like what they did with Minecraft story mode and shit, where it's like you just have this?
It's going to be Stadia.
Oh, well then, okay.
No.
That's not.
They're going to throw themselves into the bonfire.
Okay, well, let's take a look at this then.
Right in there.
I thought they were just doing the use your remote to pick option A or B thing again.
No, Netflix has talked about how their biggest competitor is not other movies; it's Fortnite. So they're gonna get in there.
So they're gonna put a controller out.
Yeah.
Will they? Is that what this is? Because your remote obviously is not going to do it.
Well, I have a sneak peek at how that's gonna go. They have acquired a big name in the video game industry that's going to help them. His name's Mike Verzu. He's a executive from an old video game company that they have hired as the head of new game development for Netflix. Would you like to hear Mike Verdue's resume in the past little while?
Sure. Obviously,
So
I've missed this story and I don't have the details on it, so by all means fill me in.
So, Mike Verdue has worked at Zynga. He was the head of Electronic Arts Mobile Gaming. And he was the guy working at Facebook VR when Oculus bought all those developers and then put all that anti-privacy shit into the Oculus.
That's a good CV.
That's a good CV. So, like, you know what? I can't. I'm not going to be able to find it. Did Mike Verdue work at EA Mobile? When? Like, I want to find out when he worked at EA Mobile. Because I want to say he was the guy running the ship. Okay.
So the
Verdue
article
joined EA Mobile in February of 2017, and he left 1 year later in 2018.
Mm-hmm. The article I'm scrolling through here that's talking about him and the upcoming interactivity on Netflix is explicitly using Bandersnatch as their interactive model for what the rest of this is going to look like. And they're talking about that as a, like, as a look into what this might be with interactive content.
I'm looking at a Business Insider article how
That's
it's
the same
not
one.
going to be about making new games.
So yeah, so scroll down to the part where they talk about Bandersnatch and the interactive stuff, which is what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm. God, this is going to be extra pathetic then.
So what the fuck? Why am I being yelled at?
Actually, I'm not yelling at you.
No, not you. Them.
Then who are you talking about?
No one. That's what this says
man.
here on the fucking article. Anyway.
That's...
All right.
Oh, Michael Pachter thinks they'll fail. Okay, Michael. I watched you be wrong every single day you were on a Game Trailers episode. I don't know how you get to keep your job.
Right. So to rewind 10 minutes sounds like it's going to be what they did with Bandersnatch, and you're going to move the cursor around and select yes or no as the game plays out in front of you.
I don't think that's going to beat Fortnite.
Probably not. But we know what that is now. It certainly ain't Stadia. It's not doing a controller connecting to a server somewhere. It's just a pick a branch from a series of hierarchical choices for a game.
Well, that's more honest, I suppose. It's more diluted.
And it's also not a competitor to anything that... It's
no.
not. That's just nothing. That's, you know...
It's a competitor to nothing. Like, not even a competitor for your time.
Okay. Well...
Oh, man.
Yeah, just not, I'd like a wall of anyway, whatever. I looked at this, I thought about Bandersnatch, I thought about the art, about the Telltale thing, and I went, "Oh yeah, this is nothing." And
no, you were right.
Upon further inspection, it's fucking nothing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway.
You see, hey, this is a bit off topic. We're talking about idiot video game companies. Have you seen that Amazon Games contract for working on your own work when you work for Amazon?
No, what?
Okay,
is it another one of the we own what you make things? Is it Burger King? Yeah.
So Amazon, and this is an Amazon-wide contract. right? There are people in our chat that have signed it. It's an Amazon-wide contract that says, hey, man, you're not allowed to work on company time. You're not allowed to use company secrets. You're not allowed to use company resources. But if you do make a game, you need to use our resources to host it. You need to use Amazon servers. You need to sell it through Amazon store, etc. And we own it, and we own the IP to it, and we own the rights to do anything we want with it forever.
Yes.
So
the contract stipulates...
Yourself, but if we make it, it's ours.
Well, the contract stipulates that we own the left side of your brain.
Yes.
Anything creative you decide to put to paper or to any device whatsoever, any thought you have that is creative is actually owned by the company. I think this thing is so common at this point that it must be a simple legal trick for just covering all their bases and basically saying, yeah, if worse comes to worse and you do some weird ship jump thing or you do some bullshit or you steal. Originally, I remember it's like if you steal what our resource is to make your own thing in secret, right, then we need to be protected from that. But then you overreach in this ridiculous degree. And I've had this with people I've worked on projects with where they're like, yeah, I'm working for a company. This indie project is not really gonna, it's not technically okay. Or in another case, I remember one time where the person was like, yeah, their manager's just kind of don't tell me about what you're working on in your spare time or whatever. And in all of these cases, I'm left with the feeling that I'm like, if this ever went to fucking court, any judge worth their salt will go, what the fuck? No, you throw this out. Did they use any of your shit specifically? Did they use any assets or any company resources at all? If not, then what is this? This is, you know what I mean?
So,
you can't own somebody's entire fucking free time.
This already happened. There was already a legal battle over this. And it was Bethesda versus John Carmack. When John Carmack went to go work for Oculus.
Mm-hmm.
And Bethesda maintained that he somehow stole technology for VR when he went to Oculus.
Right. I remember this now.
Despite the fact that Bethesda had no VR development at all. In addition, non-compete clauses do exist. And that's what happened to Patrice Désilets, who Ubisoft... Hey, you know how Ubisoft is evil? Nobody ever fucking forget how evil they are. Not just with all the creepy sex abuse stuff, but I don't know what their problem with Patrice Désilets was, but they fucking drove that man into the dirt. They fired him off Assassin's Creed, despite the fact that he was the lead and the creator, and his non-compete clause meant he couldn't go work for anyone else for 2 years. And then THQ gave him a game to make. It was called 1666.
1666?
And then
I couldn't remember
Ubisoft
what year it was.
Bought
yeah.
THQ, or the remnants of THQ, and hired him back on, only to fire him and fucking cancel the game, which they now own the rights to.
And jail his ability to work on things for a couple of years as a part of that process. Yeah. Like a ridiculous vindictive move from a giant company.
Oh,
crazy. Like petty corporation moves. Petty corporation moves are wild to behold. Because
Patrice Désilets
it's like ran
out of the business.
Well, it's like watching a Colossus-sized toddler. You're just you're like this huge moving thing made up of so many parts is actually going out of it's way to spite one man. Yeah.
Oh man. So evil.
What was it? What was the fucking game? Ancestors, was it? That's the game he eventually did make, I want to say.
Can't even remember.
I want to say he eventually made Ancestors with maybe it was Panache Studios, I think is maybe the name, or he made a studio name and then that happened, and it was the game with the monkey men, with the missing link people in it. Return to Monkey. I believe, but I didn't hear much or play it. But for a long time there was all this like buzz about like the ultimate thing after Assassin's Creed 1666. Just you wait, it's gonna be amazing. And it's like, it turns out all this fucking bullshit on the inside. Yeah, don't make the mistake of becoming like a talented superstar game creator within a giant megacorp, because ask Kojima. It turns out it never works out in the end.
That doesn't matter how big
Not
you
even
are.
once.
Like, the only creators that I can think of that have maintained their ability to do what they want are people who crawled their way up either by somehow acquiring the IP rights to the popular game themselves or becoming part of the executive branch of their company, like a Miyamoto, right?
Yeah, so I was about to say,
You
like,
can't-
or
you
you
can't
become
get rid
the
of-
company. Exactly.
Because if you try and get rid of him, he'll tell you, no, you can't.
Yeah.
Because he's probably your boss.
Daisuke with Arc System Works right now, even, like, you know, like, you kind of become a part of this thing. Like, you,
What would they even do if he left?
a whole lot of BlazBlue.
Who would even draw the characters? I don't even know how.
Yeah, no. So that's exactly it. Is like, you either have to, when you either have to absorb and have the company be underneath you, or you have to leave and make your own shit, like, almost immediately.
Yeah.
And if because there's gonna be like a thing where you're gonna grow within that company, and then you're gonna start butting heads with,
You know,
all of the higher ups as they get more and more clout.
it's funny though, because I know at least 2 high up executives that were one step from the top of their respective companies, who had projects in the works that had their names on them in the public sphere, and it would have been a terrible PR move to cancel them. And if the company wants you bad enough, they will fire you, they will cancel all your games, and they will take the hit, and they will laugh at you on your way out the door.
Sure, that doesn't cost them any ill will in that process.
Nah. Oh, people would be really mad that their beloved franchise mascot was going to have 3 games and they all got canceled. But in the long run, it's for the best sometimes. It's tough. It's weird. In different cultures, sometimes it's too easy to get rid of people, and in other cultures, it's impossible to get rid of people, even though they should have been gone 5 years ago.
Practically contractually impossible. Yeah.
I know at least one guy who's gone now who was promoted as punishment for failure on one of his games so that he wouldn't be directly making them anymore. And he was like, oh no, how could you have done this?
How is Vancouver this time of year? I hear it's pretty nice. Well, anyway. Folks, as soon as you can, own your shit.
Yeah, own it.
Own your shit.
You know, Bungie has made a lot of mistakes, and I actually was on Shai's podcast yesterday on her stream, and we ended up talking about how shit Destiny is again. But the smartest thing Bungie ever did was when they went to Activision from Microsoft, they said, no, we own Destiny. You can shit on our deal no matter what, but we need the ability to walk away from this and keep the IP, because Microsoft kept Halo, and honestly, that worked out for no one. Halo games haven't been as good as the Bungie ones since they left, and Destiny ain't no Halo.
And it's not like what you can you can feel the moment too where like it could have been, if it's what people wanted, you know. I mean, when you have to make the spiritual successor to something, we now live in such we're many years out from those you know, first four gaming generations that established a lot of the franchises we're going to be hearing about until we die. And many spiritual successors have come and done the thing and did it well and have become beloved, you know. I guess I'm just saying, it's like, it's when you go for the spiritual successor route and it botches, it's all on you, because people are more than willing to praise something that's an amazing spiritual successor, and sometimes it can even be lifted up beyond what the original was. You know? I feel like the KOTOR games were so fucking huge when they first came out. But Mass Effect has more of an impact on the industry.
I would say so.
You know? Well, anyway. How'd your week go?
I accidentally deleted all my Twitch VODs.
How did that happen?
I'll tell you how. So, by the way, luckily, everybody who's listening, everything except for that Persona 5 thing is up on my YouTube archive channel, so they're all there. You can just watch them all there. And there's actually somebody who uploaded my Persona 5 stuff without me knowing, so you can go find that. Just type it into the thing. So, what happened is that I don't know about you, Wooly, but every time I see the word DMCA or content match or whatever, I get a sense of anxiety. I become anxious because Twitch's crap with it is like so much worse than YouTube's ever was. There isn't even an appeal process. So I had played Chernobylite, which I'll talk about in a moment, the other day, and when I had uploaded the VOD backup onto YouTube, I got messages that I had content ID claims for a piece of music in it, which is the title screen music. It's some old classical piece, and I had watched a trailer for that Netflix Monster Hunter piece of shit during my stream, and that also got things. So, okay. And I only noticed this once I had started my stream on Friday. Like, I gotta get, I gotta delete that. I gotta delete that right now.
You got those notifications from who?
From YouTube.
Okay, yeah, right.
And I figure, that's a warning. I should go and deal with that.
I do the same.
I go to click on, click on the highlight in the VOD. I know it already uploaded, so it's fine. And then my brain said the upper right corner is where the options are to delete things. There's a trash icon, but there's also this thing. And I click on that, and there's a button that says delete all videos, which I said, delete. And then it pops up a box that says, hey, no, this is going to delete everything. Don't do this unless you click this box. And I went, I got to delete it fast. And I clicked on the box and hit OK. And then on the screen it says, so we're deleting all your videos. This cannot be undone. And I went, crap.
Did you think you were deleting one video, or...
I thought I was deleting the two I had selected.
Okay.
And...
it wasn't somewhere deep inside.
On the one hand, this
just
is
wanting the pain to go away.
Yeah. On the one hand, this is obviously my fault because I hit the buttons. On the other hand, there's more security against deleting my FF14 character than there is all my VODs. When you delete your FF14 character, you need to select delete, and then you have to type in the words delete. Mm-hmm. You cannot do it in a rush. You cannot do it by accident.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I'm well aware there are people sitting there going, "Dude, just read." I don't think you understand how anxiety producing this DMCA crap is. It's very stressful. But regardless, it's not the end of the world. I had to re-upload my channel trailer, and I'll do that shortly.
Well, on the plus side, you have
all my archives are still there.
On the plus side, you have a significantly lower chance of getting hit with anything.
I guess.
However, clips probably still exist.
Yeah, the clips are there. The ones that I didn't delete the last time there was a DMC scare, where I did that on purpose.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. For me, I don't get that feeling, but I just since YouTube's detection is more helpful and informative, I use that as a barometer for danger with Twitch, and anything that's in the risky zone, I just clear out. And when it's getting highlighted or so, and then we had and then I sat down with Min and Reggie, and we kind of like took a look at like everything archived over, the last while, and we went over them and actually like parsed out like, this is the stuff that has, of everything that's been uploaded, this is the stuff that's been flagged by YouTube, and I get an email for each one of those things, so it's easy to create a list of all the risky streams that we've done, and then just go in and like get rid of all of that shit.
So like the Vampire the Masquerade VODs had to go.
Yeah,
because those got blocked on YouTube for licensed music from the 90s.
I mean, the weird ones are when I do a stream sponsored by Twitch for like The Boys and Mortal Kombat officially, and then it's like, you're still putting some shit up that's going to be flagged, and it's like, okay,
oh cool,
I hope you can help me with this, people who are also the license holders.
I'm seeing some folks say that Twitch can still DMCA deleted VODs. I'm not sure if that's still the case, mainly because I asked Twitch support to bring them back, and they said, no, those are for realsy gone forever. And I have that email saying they're actually gone and not there anymore. So
I did see the thread someone posted a long time ago during the first scare, where they're like, Twitch deleted videos are not deleted. You can actually enter a specific URL to go back and watch something that's deleted. However, that being subject to scan from the bots, that are scanning for strikes, is a second thing entirely. They might not be looking through those archived servers or whatever it is that you're loading up to watch something that's supposed to be deleted. I don't know if that's going to be scanned for copyright.
Well, there's nothing to be done now.
Yeah.
But that was my Friday. That was fun. So the game in question that caused this was called Chernobyl, which I played. It's weird. It's Stalker, right? Like Get Out of Here, Stalker. So
had to briefly test. I think the second one for like a second.
Really, you tested Clear Sky?
No. It was. I think it was. I don't remember. We tested some. Okay, it wasn't like I did evaluation on it, so I wasn't doing the QA on it. I was doing the like, let's see how to create a QA plan for this game. And like, wasn't there a thing that was Stalker that was like Metro? God damn it, Metro. Yes, Metro 2033. Right.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
this
anyway, perfectly works because this I was about to say, is Stalker a genre now? And your obvious confusion, I feel, does in fact prove that Stalker is a genre. It is a Ukrainian, Russian-based post-apocalyptic / Chernobyl area where there are stalker bros and your guns are dirty, and a Ukrainian or Russian man plays an acoustic guitar next to a fire. Chernobyl Light is one of those, and it's been in early access for quite some time, and I got a hold of the 1.0 version, and it is super weird. It's still got the wandering around the Chernobyl zone, and it's all fucky. It's all sad and old, and there's a little bit of nebulous radiation magic going on, and you're scavenging for parts. But you're also doing like base building inside your hideout and managing a team and sending them on missions, and you're going like the primary gameplay is not wandering around open world. It's going to zones and doing missions to get like supplies or clues to the mystery. It's really weird. It's also, as far as like Eastern European Eurojank goes,
That's my first question.
definitely the least jank.
Oh no.
The leastest jank I personally have played was Metro Last Light, which I think is the game you're talking about. And
yes, probably.
this would be the second leastest jank.
Oh,
There was a little tiny bit of jank, but it was pretty smooth and solid the whole way through.
Like, because of the future we live in, right? So the floor of the jankest is being lifted up by the baseline that is Unity or Unreal for a lot of people. So
Yeah,
no
I see what you
game
mean.
will ever feel like Drake and the 99 Dragons ever again. Because
It's not true. You're just not looking hard enough.
but the floor has been lifted.
I can find one for you right now. I can literally just scroll down my fucking... I can go to my queue in Steam right now and find you sick jank.
Okay, but like Drake is wild. You might be forgetting how insane that thing is.
I played that for hours. Don't you tell me I forget how jank that shit is.
Okay. But you understand what I'm saying. You understand that the future creates a world with less jank because the floor is constantly being raised. This is what I'm trying to say.
You want to go play fucking Life of Black Tiger?
I don't.
And tell me that that's not the jankest shit
It's
that
pretty
ever
bad.
was? It is.
But this is it, right? There is a net that is elevating the people who are, trying to dig to the bottom of the ocean on this, and they're being pulled up by the systems in place that we have. Like asset flip games are at the bare minimum are going to be like, yeah, they're going to feel like shitty asset flip games. Maybe perhaps with even worse frame rates because the person has not optimized everything they've loaded in. But you get my point. Anyway. So the jank is going away.
No, that's not true. That is a lie. That is an explicit lie.
So what?
The jank is greater than it's ever been.
Okay, so the Euro jank in this case is not starting to go away.
No, I'm saying it's actually minorly jank. It's actually very stable and runs well.
Okay. It's the least janky of the Euro janks.
Second least janky game of this genre. Metro Last Light plays like a real video game. Yeah, Wooly, you I don't know what you're talking about. You're not looking at the trash enough anymore. You're playing too many of these good games.
No, I'm just thinking that like people who are making a lot of the shit are using game making tools that give you a bare minimum empty room that you can put some fancy Nintendo hire this man's lights on to create your own jump force type shit, and that we're kind of
Premonition 2 came out like last year.
Now if people are making I guess we're also talking about the difference between people making like random indies with these existing like engines versus like creating their own shit, and studios that are creating their own shit. When you make your own shit, then the sky's the limit, as is the bottom of the ocean. You can go as high and as low as possible because you're not relying on what's there. But for people who are making quick things with like pre-existing engines, the sandbox is getting more and more fancy. The sand is getting. I mean,
you want to go fucking check out Sterling's channel. You can find some shit that's worse than there ever was.
Yeah, they're digging. You can find
it's not getting better. I'm finding a bunch of fucked up anime bullshit on this fucking queue. Games are shittier than they've ever been.
Okay.
But Chernobylite's actually a lot of fun.
All right.
It is. It's good.
I believe you. I just imagine anyway. Whatever.
Let's see. I also played a lot of the Runeterra, and I finished watching. I don't have anything to say about Runeterra. It's good. You should try it. It's a fun card game. Doesn't have characters you like in it, but it's fun to play the cards. And I watched their Loki series with the Marvel. Have you watched the Loki series with the Marvel?
No, I had a decision, and it was to either because I was waiting for it to finish, and now that it's done, I was like, okay, so now me and Punch Mom can go through this, and it was like, well, it's either that or Space Jam, and then I said, well, let's just do Space Jam so that like my mentions can be safe.
Oh, I watched both of those.
Cool. Like Loki, we're gonna do, but like Space Jam is like it's a single sitting thing, and there's definitely no way to avoid it. And she's gotten used to the part of my life where it's like, no, you don't understand. We have to watch this now because we can't not. We can't enter a world.
It's law.
I'm unable to enter the world. I'm unable to enter the world where these things come out, and like you happen to miss it the week of release because it's over. Your feeds are over.
Fun fact: when I had deleted my VODs and was very sad, and I was kind of moping around, Paige, gave me a pat on the back and said, "Well, that was stupid. You shouldn't have done that. So I'll tell you what." I will punish you, and then you will feel better. And I'm like, what? And she's like, we're going to sit down and watch Space Jam. And so I had to watch the Space Jam. And that's why I watched Space Jam. Do you want to talk about Space Jam first, and then I'll just talk about Loki for 5 minutes, or do you want to do it the other way around?
I mean, yeah, that's fine. Space Jam, at least for my side of things, is an extra weird it's an extra weird property in this house because Punch Mom is somebody who has a lot of blind spots of media in her life.
Yes.
This has become an established thing. It's known. There's no surprises here, and I've shown some cool stuff or some things that are just kind of like quintessential here and there. Like we sat and we went through like Star Wars.
Can you hold on a second, Wooly? Are you failing to floss off camera?
I forgot how.
This is pathetic. Get out of here. All right. You were saying, Wooly.
So it definitely came as no surprise that she didn't see Space Jam 1. So it was like, okay, that's gonna be a part of this discussion here. And I was like, you want to go watch it beforehand? Probably doesn't matter. I think it'll be fine. And then I was reminded, because I remember when I kind of said, okay, let me just give you the brief, quick cliff notes on it. I gave her the cliff notes on what happened in 1, and I'm like, it's probably not going to matter because this is a sequel with different people and different shit, and it's probably going to barely reference the original, but here's what it is, right? And then I went like, oh, and here, like, So, and I was we were talking about, I was trying to establish like how popular this thing was. And I was like, man, you missed out on a huge one because it's all of the memes you must have encountered. It's all of the things. It's out there. The website, we've talked about the fact that it never updated over time, you know? And I was like, yeah, for example, you know, I Believe I Can Fly. It's like, yeah. And I'm like, that's from Space Jam. That song that you know, the Space Jam song. And she's like, what? No. Are you sure you didn't just hear that, like, on the radio and then, like, you were young and so you attributed it to it because you were too small? And I was like, I can't. I'm like, what? How do I?
Space Jam song.
Yeah, and I'm like, and I'm having a moment where I'm like, okay, how do I explain how ridiculous that is, you know, of a premise? And then I was like, same thing. And I was like, you know, Fly Like an Eagle, right? Same thing, Space Jam. And she's like, yeah. And she's like, you know, she has a moment. She's like, yeah, no. What if those songs? What if those songs were just popular and you were just a young kid associating them? And I'm like, I need someone else in the room right now to back me up because I don't know what to do here. And I can't just stand and dunk forever on how ridiculous this premise is. And I'm trying to explain. I'm like,
you can.
And I'm like,
you can do it all day.
I'm trying to establish something. Do you realize that's like me humming ba 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 ba, and you going like, are you sure that's from Star Wars? Like it's crazy what you're saying, right? And I'm like, I don't, and I'm being thrown for a loop here, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? This is weird.
You're being gaslit.
I'm being gaslit a little bit, right? And I'm like, why is this such an impossible thing for you to believe? Like, you had a major blind spot in the form of Space Jam. And then I was reminded of a conversation I completely forgot where we were talking about Michael Jordan some point in the past, and there was a picture of him, and she didn't recognize who it was. And I went, that's the most recognizable athlete on planet Earth.
Well, for the audio listeners, I can't do it because I'm currently doing it. Can you describe the look on my face when you said that
it is
know who Michael Jordan was?
It is a squint. It is a South Park X eyes squint.
Like, I feel like my face, like I just ate a mental lemon.
And I was like, wait, back up, what? And I completely forgot this conversation happened. I must have deleted it. But we had a conversation where she didn't recognize him, and I was like, that's crazy. That doesn't make sense. What do you mean? And she was like, oh, well, you know, and then kind of like, you're just like, yeah, well, I'm sure if you're a sports person, you know who it is, but otherwise not really.
Literally
and I'm like, no,
popular athlete that
in
has
the world
ever lived.
Of all time. Like, you can't, like, no, it's not that, right? And like, there's a bunch of times where usually there's a time in the conversation where it'd just be like, okay, you missed out on this. It was wild. Also, you grew up with weird French, like, Ontario things. So I understand you're in a pocket bubble of reality.
No, but there are examples, sir.
But that's
not an excuse.
But that's what I'm saying is like this is international. This is the globe. It doesn't. There are people around the world in countries that don't fucking know anything about basketball that know what that face is. It's crazy, right? And then that got to the point where it was like she's like I think it was like she's like. I bet you if I show it to my friends, like, they won't know either or something like that.
Oh,
and I'm like, get on the fucking get on the phone, send it to all your friends, and let's see what happens. And
he's the one who brought it up.
Of course. And the ass got blown out, and all of her friends are like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I just, like, I completely deleted this conversation from my mind. So now it's coming back as we're sitting here, and I'm trying to explain that I Believe I Can Fly comes from Space Jam. And I'm like, oh, right. You've been Men in Black flashed into not knowing who the most famous athlete in the world of all time is. And I just, like, don't know why you have this particular level of fucking blinder on for it, but It was pretty nuts. And I really am just like, I need backup here. I can't just sit here and it can't just be me. You know what I mean? Anyway, and it was just like, yeah, something where we eventually, I'm like, okay, well, it is what it is. It's fine. It probably doesn't matter. We can just watch this movie anyway. And then we did.
Wait, hold on. What, did she like, are you guys watching the movie? And she's like, who is this rabbit person?
No, eventually I was able to, through my sheer incredulity, convince her that, like, yes, this music is from this, and yes, this basketball player is famous, and yes, the reason why I know it is because I've fucking seen the movie as many times as most other people in our peer group have seen it, which is countless, and I've also listened to that soundtrack top to bottom because it's one of the only audio cassettes I had back in the day next to the Lion King soundtrack and Weird Al Yankovic Bad Hair Day. And, like, of course, you know the fucking... like, I don't know, like, what do you want me to tell you? It's like, yeah, it's fucking Space Jam. It's quintessential.
Here's a website that randomly
Who the
mixes
fuck doesn't know
Space Jam theme into 400 other songs.
It's insane. It's completely insane. And I'm just, you know, and I'm like, I don't know how to establish to you the pressure of this, like, mimetic, shared cultural experience that the entire planet has. That is, one, Michael Jordan, and two, Space Jam. I don't know where to go or what further conversation to have.
Like, this works
and she
really
just
well.
She had to take my word for it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So watching that must have been weird.
Not really, because it doesn't matter that the old movie exists. It's as expected, you know. It was its own thing.
Yo, that movie is kind of lame, the new one.
It's literally just Space Jam inserted. It's 2021 Space Jam. It's what a movie... No, because, like,
it's slightly different.
But it's
I'm not defending it in any way.
But it is as 2021 as Space Jam is 1996.
No, I disagree, because it's more than just new Space Jam. It's ready to Space Jam Player 2.
So that was the part right around the 10 or 15 minute marker, wherever it was, that you start seeing all the cameos that are not Looney Tunes, and there's a feeling that this thing goes for, and I guess whatever, we're gonna talk about Space Jam, folks. All right,
I'm going to spoil Space Jam for everyone in this audience.
Okay.
I don't care, and you shouldn't.
So there's a thing where what they're going for is, and this is why I say 2021, mind you, because it's not just the updated references, the memes are in place, the screenshots, all the things, the players are replaced, and so on. But no, it's this part too, where you're going for a thing of, oh, that's hilarious, look at the reference to the thing that I recognize, is the feeling they want to go for. But we both we paused it and looked at each other and had a moment of like, oh my God, everything is owned by everything. This is horrifying. We are heading we are already in the super corp. It's all Disney, and if it's not Disney, it's WB, and everything you know and everything you love has been purchased by this group. And like, hey, look, it's all the characters you recognize, because they literally have the fucking life. They have their hands on everything. There is nothing that is not there that doesn't belong to either them or Disney, and it's terrifying.
I have a Socratic argument to make. I would like to ask you a question. Wooly, who do you think this movie is aimed at? Age bracket wise.
I would imagine you're looking at 10 to 24, very online, very, very, very Twitter using people.
So teens to young adults.
Zoomers, if you would.
Right. Who are gonna lose their shit over Austin Powers, which is a movie that came out when they were like 0 to 5.
The Matrix.
Casablanca, a movie that predates everyone in this room and talking about this in our chat.
Yeah. I'm guessing the play there is no. It's those are the things that people older or who are around for the first Space Jam will recognize, and the people who are in that target audience will have heard of them, and that's all. And that's
You know what?
and the extent to which they reference those things is about as much as the people would have heard of them. For example, The Matrix is a room with people with shades and jackets on dodging bullets.
Right. Yeah. What about some good old-fashioned ultra-violence? Let's just make
Were
sure
there droogs in the background?
to get... They are the front row behind the fucking basket.
I didn't notice them because I was staring at it, the clown.
The
Or
fucking
Pennywise, rather.
noted drug addicted gang rapists, the Droogs,
Yep.
hanging out at this child's basketball game.
Yep.
Now, I want to point out that Pepe Le Pew is a Looney Tunes character that I really liked in my youth, but nowadays I can kind of see why he's not so popular.
He doesn't
Over
really
him
show up
being,
so much anymore.
A creepy sex pervert Frenchman.
Mm-hmm.
But the Droogs are there! The Droogs!
Standing next to the Night King. By the way, Game of Thrones. Did you know Game of Thrones, though? Game of Thrones? Yeah.
It's... I think Foxcade put up a clip that perfectly sums it up. He grabbed a 1-minute clip, which is...
The Fury Road.
Like, Austin... It goes from Fury Road to Austin Powers to Casablanca to Rick and Morty in 60 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it wants to hit you with an emotion, and it's not giving me the emotion it thinks it is giving me.
It's terror. It's absolute terror at the mass purchase and mass ownership of everything. All the things. Exactly. And that, which is also Ready Player 1 and 2, which is Emoji Movie, which is to Wreck-It Ralph, right? All of that stuff, that is the 2021-ness to me.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
That's the most modern day thing about it is, oh, that's what this kind of movie is now. Look at all the things. Look at the Megacorp. Look at the Nabisco. Look at the GE Viacom.
It's funny because, like, people are saying 1996 Space Jam was just as bad. And there's a lot that is the same. They're both ad-filled nightmare shit fuel. Like, the difference is, and this is really important, the difference is between the times. In 1996's Space Jam, Michael Jordan is wearing Nikes, and he's going to eat at Burger King with a McDonald's in the background, and he's going to drink a Pepsi that had, like, a big fucking Pepsi logo that's facing the camera, right? And it was that type of product placement advertisement, right? The equivalent of 2021 style with 1996's products would be going to Pepsi World and meeting Pepsi Man.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's very different, and I think the reason why it's so like it hurts me like to watch in the second one is because of the editing. Right? All the product placement in 1996 was like in the shot. It was a movie, but then there'd just be filled with products on the screen, or they'd be talking about them. In this, like, you go to Foxcade's Twitter. That clip is perfect. They're talking about who to get on the team, and then it smash cuts to Michael Myers in the full screen.
Yes.
Like doing Austin Powers shit. And like it keeps happening.
So
and
that
the editing is so manic that it made me like fucking anxious.
Well, so that part of the recruiting part is where I'm like, okay, right? After the horror of everything is everything and owned by everything, right? And like I think I made a Harry Potter reference like seconds before it showed up on screen.
Yeah.
But like,
man, they call out Harry Potter World like 3 times.
So when they're doing the recruiting part and I'm like, okay, that's happening, there's almost a bit of a like, wow, that's fucked up. Just like take in how much of this is all like, you know, the megacorp. And then it goes by and you're like, okay, sure. And that's probably so that people who are our age can, you know, and everyone and all the millennials can be like, hey, it's the thing, you know? And people also, and this is, and let's be real, who are LeBron's age, so that he knows what those things are too. And I'm sure to some degree, like he'd be like, oh yeah, that's the thing. I know what that is. That's fun, right? Sure, you get those references in there, and ultimately, then you can imagine you've filled your quota of reminding the world that Sauron has obtained the One Ring. But then you go back to it again and again and again, and then when you have to get a crowd to watch the game, you fucking summon all of the people again that we just referenced, but now you have to see them. And yeah, we already mentioned the joke about King Kong and Iron Giant, but now we have to, no, they're here now.
They're
to
here.
Ready Player One it.
Just flood the frame with shit.
So that when the Training Day joke gets made, it's like, and we have him there because you have to remember that Sauron has the One Ring.
This is the best part. When Al-G Rhythm, played by
Don Cheadle,
makes the King Kong ain't got nothing on me, and King Kong goes fussy, Paige looked at me and was like, what is that? What is he saying? I'm like, it's a Training Day reference, which is, as I'm saying it, even more confusing to me. Why would you be talking about Training Day in this child's fantasy basketball game? Like, who is that? Like, that's not for me.
No, but here's the thing.
I like Training Day.
But here's the
like,
thing.
What the fuck?
But here's where you have to give up on that line of thought. Is the movie is also memeing and referencing, or it's attempting to meme and referencing at a mile a minute. So they're throwing it all out there at the wall, okay? And I guarantee you there's a billion things that you didn't recognize that are from even more random obtuse things, or even basketball things and moments. Like
a gentleman in our chat who pointed out that the movie's editing feels like you're watching TikTok on autoplay. And like I think that's too close to reality.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
I think the movie was probably edited that way on purpose.
There's tons of shit where you're like, oh, they're like even just like simple like Twitter LeBron memes where like he makes the pissed off, angry, confused face, where like he specifically does that for a split second, right? That's a reference to something. Or when Lola lands and has her arms spread out, that's a real screenshot of like a moment where like LeBron is dunking in the background, you know, and they're like recreating again another like a meme, a moment that you kind of that you either recognize or you don't. And there was a point where I was mentioning what these things were to Punch Mom, and I just stopped at a point because it's like, what are we gonna do? Sit here all night? What's the fucking point?
There was you know that movie app thing where people review movies? It's got a black background and like green text.
Mm-hmm.
I forget the name of it, but I saw a review of it. Paige showed it to me that she had found, which I think was like best review of anything I've ever seen. Which was, there was some kid in my theater who who freaked out so bad that Big Chungus was on screen. His mom had to take him out of the theater. I forgot the rest of the movie on the way home.
Exactly. Precisely. 100%. And the fact that the algorithm is literally the bad guy, it's like, yeah, they're leaning all into that, right? But here's the part too that is also like it's so weird in that it has an approach to things where in the movie we're looking at them and they're animated, right? They're 2D. And there's a moment where everyone gets turned into 3D, and they're turned into big 3D begrudgingly and angrily because they don't want that. And the movie itself is like, oh, boo, here comes the big CG. But then it just does it. And it's like, no, but we're not going to do this. Because it's a modern day movie, and the Disney movies that you might have grown up with and have fond memories of as a child don't exist anymore, because nowadays people who have grown up have fond memories of 3D as their childhoods. Tangled and Frozen are the things now. So you're not going to make a 2D animated movie like full Space Jam style in 2021. You have to have 3D. So they're like, we're going to do it even if we're going to make fun of it.
If you've seen the bits of the movie, the biggest downer of that is that they're like, no, not CG. And it's like, the movie looks like much better in motion and in clarity when it's a 2D animated film. Mm-hmm. For the first half of the movie, the tunes are all in 2D animation, and it's pretty high quality 2D animation. And the bit where LeBron goes to Toon World and hangs out with Bugs for about 10 minutes looks like a good movie. And the CG looks just
like 2021.
It looks like a bad video game, which might be super meta. I don't know.
Maybe.
Because I'd also like to bring forth some of Paige's complaints into this, because she had some ringers. LeBron's whole storyline is about there's no time for fooling around. You got to work hard and fundamentals, right? But like, LeBron is portrayed like an absolute insane idiot, where like the Toons can summon trains and multiply themselves and can't die.
Correct.
And are magic.
Yes.
Are just magic.
Yes.
And he's looking at Yosemite Sam and he says, put away your guns. We're going to play fundamental basketball against Hydro Man.
Yes.
Who at one point dribbles his entire body through LeBron. Like, you're not going to break Hydro Man's ankles with a twist. Bro, just use the Looney Tunes magic.
Chaotic neutral
it's legitimately baffling.
Forces on your side. Yes. So what I found really just on the last note on the CG thing, which was telling again in this weird meta way, is like, so everyone is begrudgingly being pulled into the 3D world, but now we're gonna watch a 3D movie because you have to release a 3D movie. The people spending the money on this are not going to accept it not being that. They're not going to accept it just being traditional animation. Kids are probably going to look at it and go like, what the fuck? I want my 3D. All right. There's probably an audience out there that feels that way. Let's be real.
Yeah.
The game that his son makes that you're watching early on in the movie shows you little CG game characters running around on a court that look like a video game. Pretty like
NBA Jam.
Yeah. Pretty advanced for an indie game. but there's some, some video game quality 3D models running around doing moves and shit in the game, right? Then when they get their in real life now, or not in real life, but in the serververse, and they bring out the Goon Squad, and they look the same quality as what was supposed to be the video game early on, but now you're supposed to sell it as them being realistic, standing next to real LeBron. Again, it's a weird kind of telling moment of like, oh, they're not trying to sell that this is like realistic CG. It's just bad, and it's aware that it's bad, and they're leaning in to it. And then Don Cheadle is again just bad CG at the end, and it's like you're trying too hard for us to buy this as no, that's just meant to be video game graphics, because it's clearly not. It's looking like Ang Lee Hulk style. Like
looks
no. You want that to look like a realistic Don Cheadle. You put too much money in for it. It's crossing that like pre-Uncanny Valley level of like, yeah, like Ang Lee Hulk. That's where my brain goes, you know. But earlier on in the movie, you were aware of that being bad enough to be a video game, but now you're trying to sell it. Like, why would you do that? Does that make sense?
I have two more things to add, because they look bad. One, I want to give a shout out to a company whose reference I appreciated legitimately. Nintendo. You guys are cool for letting people see a Game Boy in the trash.
In the garbage. Logo on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Legitimately shocked. I'm like sitting there going like, yeah, it is at the top, in the middle of the trash, on top of a pile of pristine papers. Pristine.
But
showing a Game Boy in the trash.
Now
that's a step forward for
they
the
put
brand.
the full screen. They put the full screen background of the game happening. Bugs is moving around like they're showing you, hey, remember Game Boy, and and then he tosses it out and says, "Fuck video games," and Nintendo was A-okay with that.
Also, I have to admit, using the old Bugs Bunny game for the Game Boy, pretty ballsy, because that game is trash.
Of course it is.
I played that game. That game is fucking garbage. He should have thrown that away because it was garbage. Like, not because, I gotta focus on balling. No, that game is trash.
Also, E3 got themselves in there somehow. E3 got themselves in there somehow with the camp.
E3 basically not existing anymore.
But then the future console was
at the end of the movie, they go to like the kid goes to the E3 design camp, and they're standing in front of like that apartment building, and I'm like, that's not the fucking LA Convention Center.
Well, this is the design school camp.
Fuck off! It says E3 on it, and it's pretending to be the side of the convention center.
It's the school game design camp. It's not the E3.
Whatever.
They show a Game Boy, but then when they get to the future and they show a new console. Well, I think it was just like a fictional thing, if I remember correctly. He was just on some Switch-like thing that wasn't actually
it was
anything.
a PC.
Okay.
And my big complaint is the game. That's how fucking fucked this movie is. I keep calling it a video game. The theme of original Space Jam was like, you gotta believe in yourself, right? And that's why Jordan at the end does the stretchy arm to win.
And and the secret stuff, yeah.
Right, but it was actually just moxie was internal.
Yeah.
The theme of this movie is you have to be true to yourself, and LeBron demonstrates that by letting his teammates carry him to victory. Like, his big moment is someone on the court committing suicide and another teammate literally lifting him up in the air to make a regular basket where LeBron looks really cool.
Yes, because LeBron is made of fundamentals and normal ball, and this world is not made for him. He cannot succeed in this world.
Like, it doesn't even mesh with its own message. It doesn't. What did LeBron learn that helped him win?
Nothing. He just learned that he was being a shitty dad.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's the theme of Space Jam 2, is LeBron James is a terrible father.
Sounds about right.
Also, that scene in the beginning with him, like, in the basketball court with the two kids, yo, he's an asshole. Like, he is portrayed as the most unsympathetic asshole dad.
Yeah. No, for sure. when they're
And the kid, the kid is the most ungrateful little fuck. The kid's sitting in a room with a PC that's worth more than my house.
Of course.
Looking at dad going, "You never do anything for me, dad." Like, fuck you! You live in some kind of stupid movie mansion.
Yeah, it's the down to earth James manner. You know, it's relatable. It's they say ball and a ball comes shooting out.
As for LeBron and Zendaya, who played Lola, me and Paige and Eli came to the conclusion that they did in fact read all of their lines.
Yes. Yes, they did.
They sure did. And for that, they get a little golf clap.
I think he also threw. I think there was also a line in there, literally, about him going, athletes acting in movies that never works out, or whatever.
As he says it in the flattest tone of voice possible, and you're like, You want to hear some cringe shit that'll make you go, The Lola actor, the real Lola Bunny actor, I don't know which one it is anymore, but she actually voiced the role and did all the lines, and then they dubbed over her with Zendaya when Zendaya came on the project.
What?
Yep.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Yep.
Wow, that's disrespectful. Was she
Sure
was she brought? Was she hired? Like, rather. Because sometimes you hire people as like stand-ins and like temporaries, but if you're hiring the original,
I'm gonna take a word from Peach Saliva, which is allegedly.
Okay. Was she cast? Like in, you know what I mean? Like, or was it like a stand-in situation? That's fucked up if that's what that says.
Everything that I said. That's all that is in my brain now.
Damn, that's brutal.
Oh, sick, dude! I just got an ad for New World from Amazon Games. Pre-purchase now on Steam. I bet that'll be a hot banger.
And you know, speaking of hot bangers, again, as to be expected, everything was, just the music, the references, everything is driven. Like, okay, if you're gonna tell a movie, if you're gonna have a movie come out these days that is like meta in this way, this is kind of like the same Overlord brand thing where it's like, life is social media, so all stories of this type will have to be about social media from now on. And that's depressing. That's actually the most depressing takeaway. Is I feel like because of what is quintessentially a social media driven childhood, these are the only stories that you're going to see, unless they deliberately go out of their way to tell them in a different way or of a different time or in a different manner. You know, it's going to become a constant thing. That is a bleak timeline we're heading for with all of these.
You know, not Michael Jordan. LeBron is not an actor, so I'll give him I like to make fun, but he gets a pass. He's not an actor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Zendaya is an actor, but she's not a voice actor, so she gets half a pass. Do you know who doesn't get a pass in my mind in this movie?
Don Cheadle.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, dude. He is terrible. Terrible. Like, Jesus Christ.
On the one hand, knowing how good of an actor he is, I'm tempted. I get the feeling that it's like he's doing what he can, but on the other hand, I don't know.
So it's either one of two things. Either he's like, man, whatever, just give me my paycheck. I'll just bang it out in one. Or it's like the Lucas way of directing. No, Dawn, do it more like this. No, you're acting it too good. Do it like this, though.
But movies like this are not are built by committee and directed by committee and approved by committee.
No, it's directed by the director of Scary Movie 5.
Okay, well. Anyway, like a corporation sure did make this movie, and we are in for a world of more corporation-made feeling movies, and this is just the fifth in line. Because, like I said, we've already had Ready Players, Wreck-It Ralph 2, and Emoji Movie, and it's just here comes the next one. Here we go. This is a thing.
Hey, you watched it. You could tell me if I'm nuts. Was the audio quality of the dub for the characters noticeably worse during the 2D animated sequences?
LeBron definitely sounded like he was reading lines on the court.
Okay, thank you.
But the rest were normal.
Specifically, where it was like he sounds like he's not in a good booth.
He's in a plane. He's on the road. He's and to be fair, right? They found a way to make the movie without him for about, I don't know, 2/3?
A lot. Yeah, a lot of it.
2/3. They found a way to make it without him, So there you go. Didn't have to overcommit while actually playing, in the middle of a season. So anyway.
There was a 10-minute period of this movie that I unironically enjoyed.
Oh, there's a bunch of it I enjoyed. I'm not even being like I'm not even dumping ass on the entirety of the contents of this thing, but I am definitely looking at it and going, this is a product of today and it can't possibly ever be anything else. We are trapped. And this is my takeaway from it. Anyone who tried to do anything else would not be given access or the green light to do so.
The reason that I bring that up specifically is because the 10 minutes I'm talking about, I actually really enjoyed.
Which were?
And was then left with, why couldn't the rest of the movie have been like this? And it starts with what I think is a really, really great, like the only legitimately great reference joke in the movie, which is the Michael Jordan gag.
Yes. Yeah,
and then it is followed up by the Looney Tunes getting to do Looney Tunes shit for about 10 minutes. And I'm like, yeah, I love the Looney Tunes. They're great. This shit, the Wile E. Coyote doing stupid technological tomfoolery, I've been laughing at my whole life, and this is a pretty good one because he gets sucked in the machine, he makes a bunch of clones, and it's horrible. But
they overplayed the grandma being badass bit.
Yeah, they did.
They only needed one or two, and then they did it like 5 times. But I hear what you're saying.
Like the most of the movie, outside of Bugs doing it for like 3-4 minutes when you meet Bugs, and like this bit, like the Looney Tunes just don't get to do stupid cartoon shit, which is what I would want out of my Looney Tunes.
And I was, and also, like the moment Porky starts rapping, and you're like, if the only way for this to not be supreme cringe is if he actually goes full 8 Mile, and just bleep it out if you have to. Like fucking have him go hard NC-17 for like a minute.
Existing Robot Chicken sketch,
and then censor what you must, but lean in, because otherwise it's just cringe. And then unfortunately they couldn't do it. They couldn't lean in because the committee was like, nah.
my last shout out for this movie is a two-parter. There was an executive decision somewhere that Lola Bunny could not be attractive. They do everything they can to dress her down. Even in the hip-hop skit that we're talking about now, she is, like, dressed down. And that must have come from the top. Because someone in the animation team decided to subvert that and had, I want to say, 3 sequences in which a giant snake woman coils around Lola and calls her bunny and hisses close to her face. It happened every time. It happened every time. And it is such obvious sick fetish bait that snuck through into the movie. It's like...
Just keep in mind, of course, that that original... okay, that's not where I thought you were going. Because I thought we were going to talk about that. I thought we were going to talk about that... the fan art with the heavies.
No. I mean,
okay,
I went back and checked original Space Jam. When the cast meets Lola, she like pushes up her tank top over her shoulder, like
she kind of Jessica like, she Jessica Rabbits a little bit.
Yeah.
And
so it's like we're sitting there, and Paige's like, the snake lady has her again. Again? Like, in every quarter except for the third one, the snake bitch grabs a hold of Lola Bunny and encircles her whole body and leans in and is basically licking her face, going, I got you now, bunny. And it's like, someone beat off to this.
Quickly.
Someone's beating off to this right now.
Hurry up. Yeah. Well,
some people in the chat saw this. I'm sure they know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, anyway, did you see the Game of Thrones, though?
I saw it. I seen it.
It was the Game of Thrones. They got it. It was in there. Look.
You know what was really funny about they flew by Game of Thrones like 2-3 times, but made no effort to land and deal with whatever crap they would have to deal with.
No. I mean, they had like the Daenerys joke in the and Drogon, like flying through space, mind you, but like we're not going there. You know,
no, don't go down there.
Nope.
No.
What season is it? Oh God.
It's always stuck at season 4. Weird.
Wait, no, there's more moments because you see, don't you see Don sitting on the throne, on the Iron Throne, for like a second before he gets crushed?
He pulls up the Iron Throne when Algae Rhythm is like, you can be King James here.
You can be King James. Yeah. So they do it like, oh my God, they keep doing it. There's so many of them, and like they do there's one extended DC sequence that does its thing.
The extended DC sequence. The whole time I'm sitting there, I'm like, let's see how little they wanted to pay the voice cast of these characters.
Of course, yeah.
The answer is zero.
None.
Superman
Nothing.
just stares
Nothing.
at Daffy Duck and doesn't speak.
Not at all. How dare you? Not even. But that's the thing. Is like I was thinking it's like, okay, there's the retrieval and then there's the crowd, but it's like no. Early on, there's the we can put LeBron in everything moment, and like they revisit a couple, like they do it like so many times, you know. They really didn't have to do all the reference gags, and they fucking overcommit to all of them. It's insane. And that's, what do you call this genre? What is a reference
Guy.
movie? A reference genre?
You call it Family Guy.
I mean, not even though. Like it. It's just a pop culture thing, but
Oh, somebody in the chat, Captain whatever, says a commercial. There it is. That's what you call it. It's a commercial.
Strong. It's good.
No
It's
more.
good.
Its hard drive came to the same conclusion. Oh man.
Correct. All right. Well, anyway, go watch the Space Jams. What is?
No, don't.
You don't have a choice. It's gonna happen.
Oh, okay, you gotta watch it.
Do teachers still play movies in substitutes in school? Is that still a thing?
I don't know.
Pre like quarantine, were people still playing substitute teacher movies and
Like
things?
does a substitute teacher come in and be like, I'm too drunk to teach you today, so watch 50 minutes of the beginning of the Mice and Men TV movie from 10 years ago?
I mean, if you're lucky, they're doing something like I never got anything like Mice and Men. We always just watched like literally off to, like Space Jam or Jurassic Park or whatever the fuck. Like we just watched random VHS movies that were around. Anything that they could grab from the teachers' lounge and wheel the VHS in.
I remember for one Christmas period where we didn't have anything to do, my fifth grade teacher went and grabbed Chevy Chase's National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation to put on. I was like, the kids will watch. It's a funny movie. But she forgot that there's full frontal nudity dead center of the middle of that movie.
Yeah.
So, like, the girl's in Chevy Chase's dream in the bathtub, and she sees what's happening, and she just, like, sprinted from outside talking with the teacher and almost knocked the fucking CRT to the ground and ended up jumping in front of it, going, don't worry about it!
Okay, class, today we're going to watch Porky's. Like, fucking, like... What are you doing? You have one job. Literally. Well, anyway, how's Loki?
Loki's good.
I hear it's good.
Tom Hiddleston is doing Tom Hiddlestoning all over. It has
I hear
a lot of really fun time travel shenanigans.
I hear it's the best of the Marvel TV so far.
I would say it's the best of the Marvel TV so far. I would say it just edges out Scarlet Witch because it ends really well, whereas Scarlet Witch did not end very well. Sorry, not Scarlet Witch. WandaVision did not end really well.
Scarlet Witch. You're correct.
Yeah, okay. Scarlet Witch had that really bizarre moment at the end where they're like, you're like a hero. And like as they're walking by a bunch of mentally damaged prisoners.
but
whereas
it was Scarlet Witch was also like, hey, go see the movies. They're coming soon.
Yeah. Loki is go see Loki season 2 when we put it out.
Nice. Good.
It ends really well. It ends really well. Like the last episode is the best episode. And it has a really great sequence in which you get to meet the primary antagonists, and they make a really good case. Like, you know how Thanos made a really terrible case for their shit? And it was like, oh, you're just nuts? This villain makes a great case.
I like a good case.
For their bullshit.
I like it. I also thought what stood out to me the most in the trailers, at least, was the cinematography. The color was really strong.
It's fun to watch.
I also have my guesses, but cool.
I will also say that I don't know if this even counts as a spoiler because it's not me who did it. Remember in like Doctor Strange, like the first Doctor Strange, like there's a bit where Strange is like tripping. You know, the first part where he's tripping all over before he learns any magic and he's falling through universes and shit. In that, the Tilda Swinton tells him, who are you in this vast multiverse, right? So it's like, oh, there's a multiverse out there, cool. So then when they announce Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, you're like, oh, cool, he's gonna go in different dimensions and do stuff, right? Loki sets up that no, there's no multiverse, there's the one universe, and the multiverse is bad, and that time traveling aliens are keeping the multiverse from happening. and then you
Oh.
look at your phone and see that Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness will be coming next year.
Oh,
And you're like,
okay.
oh, okay. All right. I have a sneaking suspicion how this is going to end.
They also announced that they're doing What If.
Yeah.
So they're doing What If.
They announced that the day before the final Loki episode, which was like the most overt spoiler conceivable.
Okay, well,
Like it's really baffling.
I remain without context, but I'm glad to hear it's good.
Yeah, it's fun. I like the new villain they're bringing up. The actor seems very charming and talented and fun.
And did Owen do his Wilson?
Oh, he's like my favorite part.
Nice.
He's just like Owen Wilsoning it up to the absolute maximum.
Perfect. That's
Like
why you hire.
his character's biggest goal in life is to get a jet ski, and he just talks about like, man, jet skis are awesome, right? Like, wow. And you're like, God damn it, that's just Owen Wilson.
Like right off the set of a Wes Anderson.
Straight up.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And his nose, like I've never seen an Owen Wilson movie in HD or anything like that. His nose is so fucked up.
Yeah.
It's like
Supremely.
holy shit.
It's very, very, yeah.
He has the
Yeah.
most broken
Yeah.
nose of any human being I've ever seen.
But it's
And he's
also
a great actor. I love him.
Yeah, and it's a trait.
Why did you take my drink away? But I didn't finish it. I want to give him a drink back. I will throw a tantrum on this podcast.
You got to think that Hollywood has approached him and said, "Hey, you know, we can do things."
Meh. Thank you.
Hollywood has probably approached him and said, "Hey, we can fucking do something about that." And he's like, "Nah, this is my nose."
No, he would say, "Oh, you can fix my nose? Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, no thanks." Dude, Owen Wilson's one of those like as soon as they announced him for Loki, I was just like, yeah, I love Owen Wilson. He's gonna be the weird, goofy guy, and he's gonna be like kind of understated. And he's gonna go, wow, and he's gonna be soft spoken, and he's gonna say like, it's gonna be great. I love him, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
It's great. Like he kind of outshines Tom Hiddleston for a little while.
What's Luke up to? There he is. Luke Wilson.
Luke who?
Luke Wilson, his brother. The other guy that you would see in the Wes Anderson movie?
I don't know who that is.
Luke Wilson is Owen Wilson's brother. He's another famous actor.
I don't know who that is. I'm gonna look at a picture of him.
I assure you probably do. And there's the first picture is them standing
it's that
next
guy. That's
Yeah!
Owen Wilson's brother? Get
Yes!
out of town! That's I thought that was Pierre Trudeau for a second there.
No. It's just fucking Luke Wilson. It's the other one. His nose is fine.
It is fine.
Yeah. Royal Tenenbaums. Idiocracy.
He was in Royal Tenenbaums, wasn't he?
Cool. All right. Well. Anything else of note?
Yeah. Nah, not really. I taught my dog how to eat peanut butter out of one of his toys, and he ate his toy for 4 hours and then passed out.
Is peanut butter like a rare treat?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
only feed this dog like, you know, we feed him like the raw food, which is like a hamburger made out of like apples and beefs, or maybe a little lamb, right? Or like a chicken, you know, like, you know, good meat stuff. We feed him these tiny little treats. Zangief, come here, come here. Oh, he can't even see it. His eyesight's so shit. So like human food is like an outlandish treat.
Oh, I saw
Zangy,
this really
come here.
scary article that said that
Come here.
raw dog food might lead to super strains of super strains of bacteria that are antibiotic resistant. So
Well, I don't know about that. I'm just trying to feed my dog the best food possible.
we're heading for a fun world. We're heading for a fun world.
He's saying that because we feed Zangief raw dog food, we're gonna kill all humans with super bacteria.
Is that what I said?
Yeah,
Damn.
that's what you said. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I don't know. There was some article popped up on my algae rhythm, and it wanted me to read it. So then I clicked it, and I was like, huh, that sounds pretty nuts.
But yeah. So
Anyway.
peanut butter is an outlandish super treat. So what you do is, oh, hon, can you get me that dog toy there? What you do here? Not dog. What you do? Hey, you calm down.
See,
there's
it's
a
like the
hole in
catnip,
this.
though, right? It's like you put the peanut butter in, and he knows peanut butter, and now he's gonna fucking lose his mind.
Yeah.
You got to dole
So
that shit
you
out
put
carefully.
You put the peanut butter way deep in there that he can't reach, even with his big gross dog tongue, and then he spends like hours trying to get even the dankest tiny There isn't any peanut butter left in here. There's nothing. Get your toy. All right. Well, he's distracted.
Damn. I mean, you say that, but at the same time, like, the lengths we will go to synthesize a drug,
Yeah.
like, the ridiculous processes we'll go to extract things to you know,
Yeah.
get a fucking buzz off is not
You gotta
unlike
be
the
careful
effort.
though, and this is important. If anybody else likes to use the peanut butter trick on their dog, don't use it. Oh, that sounds bad. Don't use a peanut butter that has what's it called, xylitol. It's some kind of fucking fake sugar that starts.
Oh,
with X,
yeah.
like a
Yeah.
That'll- that'll fucking kill your dog. That'll
fake
kill
it.
them.
It's sugarless sugar, replacement sugar.
Yeah, you gotta get them peanut butter with real sugar.
Hmm.
Oh, no sugar. Well, whatever. Just don't give them the xylitol.
Most regular peanut butters have tons of sugar in them. Shouldn't be too hard, but or you go for the oily kind. But yeah, there's a bunch of like, when you're going low sugar, you'll learn about all the sugar replacements out there. And there's
I can't believe it. There's no
Quite a
peanut
few.
butter in there. I ran it through the fucking washing machine. But because there might be peanut butter
Yes.
in there, he's like
Yes.
trying to fit his whole head inside.
Okay. Question though, like, when he knows, or like if he doesn't know that there's any in there, will the journey to attempt to get some not become like distraught?
There might be some in there.
Because you know how like lasers are like a thing where they're like, oh, if you like, cats love lasers, but like dogs will get really sad because like they
Yeah.
won't be able to get the laser. There's no payoff.
Mm-hmm.
Is the lack of payoff like?
Well, I'll tell you what. Here's the deal with dogs. A tired dog is a happy dog.
Okay.
Also, maybe he'll just try harder next time.
Okay.
Also, for real though, the dog is so food crazed that I've just discovered that doing this, like the the OK symbol or whatever, because I hold the treat in my finger, has mind control properties now. I found this out by accident yesterday.
Yeah. That makes sense.
He's so used to me holding a treat in my hand like that
The
I can do
gesture.
it, and he thinks there's a treat there every time and tries to eat nothing out of my hand.
I told you about that like really fucked up sad dog from Grenada, right? Where there was this like street dog that was like, it looked like a moose. It was really big and it was pretty ugly. But it was just he hung around our neighborhood, you know?
Okay.
And some of the shit kids, yeah, I definitely told the story like at least 3 or 4 times or by now. But and for anyone who hasn't heard it, some of the shit kids in the neighborhood going to school would throw rocks at it, right?
Oh,
and like so it became super skittish and afraid. But like it also, so like if you like had anything like a snack or something to throw or whatever at it or so, like you couldn't throw it or toss it or do anything. And like even if you like there's times where like if it was nearby and it was like, oh, you might have something for me or maybe not, I don't know, and he's like looking at you, and it's like if you bend down, it might be like you're picking up a rock like one of the kids would. So the gesture of looking down makes him take off running, and we're just like, oh my god, like
take my wholesome dog story turn into sad dog story.
I'm just saying the association with the gesture is like one that like comes to mind with that big Grenada dog that we had in our neighborhood. They can see a gesture.
Time.
They can see a gesture and definitely like immediately associate it.
Yeah, I'm sure you could tell a story about kids that that start crying when their daddy opens the whiskey bottle too.
Probably.
Like, there's still recent. Like, why are we bringing? It's just like
it's what came to mind. It's the gesture creating a response in that sense. I don't know. I got dragged to Grenada. What the fuck you want from me?
I don't want nothing from Grenada. No thanks. Your stories from there sound like shit.
Wasn't a great time.
There's no peanut butter left in there.
Anyway,
I can't reason with him. I can't. He's a dog.
Give me back my shoes. You are a dog. They don't even
fit.
Cool. So, what's your schedule?
This week is tentative because I'm still waiting on an answer from a business compatriot from Sega specifically. I'm not sure about the timing. But this week, tomorrow, I'm streaming Tekken off my phone.
Oh.
In partnership with Gung Ho Interactive, who are paying me some money dollars.
Well,
to stream
how
Tekken.
about that? That's cool.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, they're like, you have to stream something else for an hour before switching to Tekken. So we're going to be hanging out on my phone background for 1 hour before playing Tekken. Why is that? I don't know. I'm like, can't I just stream it for more? And they're like, no. You have to play something else and then switch to Tekken.
That's weird.
It sure
is. Are you gonna make a deck, or is it like a like do a specific thing or use a specific?
I have loaded up the game.
Okay.
And I played the tutorial one time.
Okay.
And on Wednesday, I'm going to be streaming Phantasy Star Online New Genesis. And, well, hopefully, Sega is actually getting back to me on whether or not that's going through. Because that is also sponsored. And they're going to give me money. Yeah. And I'm waiting on the time to figure out whether or not they will have a streamer mode in the game in time, because there's currently no way to block the chat.
So, pro tip, when you play your first games, when you're gonna play a card, wait until the enemy line is about to hit you, because like that way you minimize the amount of time where they can counterplay you.
Got it.
That's probably the biggest beginner thing.
Thank you. And then Thursday, I'm going to play Chris Tales, some JRPG I found on Steam. And then on Friday, I'm going to go back to Mass Effect 2 and hopefully do the suicide mission without deleting all my videos again.
Cool. Over on my side, Space Jam 2, we already talked about it. And yeah, not much else besides just, Strive Deep Dive. Continuing to do what I need to get the ins and outs of matchups and learning and trying to fully understand this character, trying to really get the Nagaryuki in my bones, and I do like something that I really want to get good at, and I can tell where this character is going to end up in the future, is a place where you are not a place where you are autopiloting your blood management, because you're just mentally keeping tabs on what you spend and what you reduce, and you just end up having a feeling for where you're going to be. That's a, like, again, I've talked about it before, that like meter management in fighting games has been a thing, but this is a brand new one where, like, because it's not instant up and instant down, there's a real,
you do it and then it slowly fills, right?
Yeah, it gives you leeway to overspend before you have to cash out, and it gives you leeway to but it slows you down in the reduction process. So like it's a blessing and a curse, you know? Like if you can do 4 things that'll pop you, you can probably fit in 6 in the time it takes for it to actually slowly get to the terminal point.
That's got a really high skill ceiling, but for somebody like me, that's a little too nebulous for my taste. I would constantly be popping it.
It is a very, very learned skill. What I loved in the first beta, though, was that when you hit a super, at any point, it froze the blood where it was. And that was nice, like, mitigation tool in the middle of this craziness, where you could be like, if I'm godlike, I will freeze it on the final pip. But they took that away, you know? So like that, I feel as if they kind of, you know, yeah, that sucks. But anyway, had a lot of fun with that. And I'm getting better. I'm improving, doing some longer sets, and yeah, I can see some growth happening, so that feels good. Also, I had a little check-in on Twitter to see how everyone was doing in their first month, and a lot of people are really enjoying it and having a good time. That's awesome. A lot of people also, or less so, but a number of people did talk about like dropping it and giving their reasons why. In some cases, it's just like people who are going like, yeah, I just deal really badly with losing, you know? And there's no real easy answer to those, because it's the only thing you can do is just think about it differently, you know? People had some really great advice. Go ahead.
No, I'm holding on to something.
People had some great advice in that discussion, and one of the ones that, you know, it's a different way of stating something that we've talked about in the past. I've always talked about like the way to think about losing and things like that, and you know, you're playing to learn. You want to see what you can pick up that you didn't know before. So another way of directly referencing it to something that people might be familiar with is going like, take your early game losses as if you lose to a boss in Mega Man or in a Souls game, right? You don't give a fuck that you like got bodied the first time you walk through that fog gate, because you're like, what? It wasn't fair
because they were more skilled or more powerful. So just learn how to deal with it.
What's going on, you know? And if you get a one shot in there, then you're like, oh fuck, that's cool. I've gotten good enough to be capable of doing that. But in most cases, you're like, yeah, what does this Mega Man boss do? What do I need to use? What are his patterns? You know? And like, you take a couple stabs at it each time, learning a little bit more about the boss until eventually you get enough information to use to overcome, you know? So thinking about those losses in that way, and less of a like, we played a game of chess and sat down and I dominated your mind and that was all there was to it. Like, you know, it's an important thing. I think it helps to change the way you think about those losses, you know?
I feel bad for the people who just like keep giving it a shot and just don't like strive, and just, there's nothing to be done. They don't like it, particularly those who like old Guilty Gear games. But there is something that pops into my head when I think about that, and that's like, it is kind of fucked up that when you go into the shower, you're showering, but when you go into the bath, you're not bathing. Makes you think.
Yeah, we drive in a parkway and park in a driveway.
I said what I needed to say.
Okay. Silent dunk on somebody? Is that a stealth dunk? Yeah? Okay. All right. Well, anyway, I
Hope you're enjoying the podcast, buddy.
So then, yes, thinking about things differently can help with some of that, and you know, as long and then the other helpful tip is to like try to go in and say like, oh, I want to block this one thing, or I want to like land this one thing, and see if you can accomplish those goals, you know. But overall, it's pretty dope to see people kind of like making it in there and feeling happy about the level of the tower they're on. And I do, yeah. Like I said, I'm looking at this tower system, and I'm starting to feel that it's like it is a beginner friendly thing, and it is encouraging for people who like are trying to make it through. What? If you're gonna break out laughing, then you're gonna have to explain something.
No,
man.
I'm having a fun time. No, I'm enjoying a podcast.
All right. Because it's always as if there's a sub timeline of you know, there's two tracks happening, and it's like there's a
there's
track.
5 tracks happening in my brain.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm just thinking about dogs falling down.
Well, anyway, so I switched. Now that I switched over to PC as well, there's a couple things that I didn't quite realize that were so different between the two. When Reggie came over the other day and he was like, hey, you probably want to like get into that main menu before we start here. And I was like, oh yeah? Okay, sure, I guess. And I didn't realize, because on console it takes a really long time to get into the main menu from that loading screen. The communication
You can
with
play an
server
entire
thing.
Sonic Adventure or Sonic Generations level?
You
Sonic
can
Generations level.
fucking beat what is it, Lament of Innocence, and roll the credits in the time it takes for the PC version to get to the main menu. Madness. Crazy.
Oh man.
Utterly crazy. You know, there's jokes back in the day about the JoJo All-Star Battle loading screen and how you could complete rounds of Hokuto no Ken in the loading of that, and all of that fits into a Bloodborne loading screen.
Yeah.
But this is also really, really nuts. Yeah, so holy shit, do I feel that now. And I saw someone mention, they're like, that kind of kills my mood to like boot the game up and get into a match quickly. And I know that feeling, because when we were playing,
super long. It's ridiculous.
like when Plus R got rollback, and I was like, yeah, I love just sitting down, taking like 20 seconds to get to a game and just playing and playing and playing, and then being like, okay, I'm good. You know, and you don't have to deal with all the fucking bullshit on the way to a match. Like, I don't care how much dress up we play here. Like, it will absolutely come back to bite you in the ass if you don't have a way to just instantly start playing these games. You know, all of the cosmetics and everything that's fancy about it wear off really quickly, and you just want to get into a match.
Folks have broken down like the background of what's going on there. Apparently, it's pinging a Japanese authentication server 127 times, which is why Japanese players are not complaining about it.
Oh my god. Oh god. Just. Yeah. That fucking sucks. And I mean, we've already gotten to the point where you're also like doing everything you can to minimize like delay time. Like when you land in a lobby now, you're going to notice a bunch of people don't walk around anymore. Like, people teleport into a lobby and then pull up the player menu list and then press L1, and then you get to see the list of people waiting for games, and then you pick a game that is waiting for a match, and then you teleport in front of them, and then you press a button to match up with them. And like people are not even walking around; they're just teleporting to each matchup station as they become available. You know,
Good.
it's
like that walking around shit.
No, we're already just like just fucking get to it. You know, dear God,
Nobody
man.
gives a shit about your little baby lobby, guys. Everyone told you this for like a year.
And they kept it. You know.
Just give me a menu.
Anyway, so that's yeah, I'm enjoying that, and you know, not much else to say except strive good. And then we also played two other things. We played Pocket Bravery, which is an Indiegogo fighting game, which was being made by a dev team in Brazil, and looks pretty. I like the art style, pretty cute, chibi characters. There's some fun designs, and there's like a boxer I like, and there's a big African daimon who's pretty cool design, and a main character that's got those Gearless Joe kind of vibes to him. Very early, lots of bugs. Lots of bugs we ran into.
Oh, good.
Game needs work. But, you know, I'm going to keep my eye on that. And then we also played Head to Head, which is the newest fighting game from Arc Forged. Arc Forged are the people that made Sonic Smackdown, a.k.a. one of the best fucking Sonic fan games ever. It's the Sonic fighting game that plays like Marvel 3. It's incredible. It's good.
Never seen that one.
It's so much fun. So we did a couple episodes of that on Get Into Fighting Games, and then so they have a new game called Head to Head, where it's a very like clean, cool graphic design style, fun music, Persona vibes with some of like Persona menu vibes, I should say, with the way the game is presented and the bright colors and stuff. And it's basically there's a character, and there's different head collectibles that you can buy and wear and pull or whatever. And the style of the game is, again, simple fighting game, but you have so many options and so many movement things you can do. You're playing like almost like a Chip Zanoff who can move everywhere and do anything, and has tons of shit, and it can just go crazy. And you can just have this really fun, like, hyper game that you play. And so me and Reggie did some rounds. And the people at Arc Forged were cool enough to put a woolly head in the game, which was pretty dope.
That was what that was. It just showed up on my timeline. I was very confused.
Yeah. And they also put a Jimmy Bones head and a Justin Wong head in the game, too. So that's a whole lot of fun, and it's a nice, like,
that means you're just as good as those two players.
Well, Jimmy Bones I can fucking handle.
You have an easy 50-50.
I mean, last time we played when I played Sonic Smackdown with Jimmy Bones, he couldn't fucking handle what I was putting down. You know, my Robo Sonic was a little too nuts, but yeah, that's a fun thing that they have, which, you know, you have a nice way to just kind of throw in some wild cosmetics and change the designs around and have fun with it. Maybe even modify the moveset slightly when you put a different head on. Who knows, you know? But so far, for something that's just a little simple, quick game, it's an early access, and it's meant to just be like a basic fighter with, like, it's a basic but pretty decent introduction to hyper games, honestly, because it reminds me of God, what the fuck was it called? There was another really great mobile simple game that came out last year, Tough Love Arena, in that you can grasp this in like one game. It takes about one round or two for you to be like, okay, I see what's going on here, you know? So yeah, Head to Head, you can check that out. I think the Steam page is up for that, and Pocket Bravery. Yeah, and then next week we're gonna take a look at 5 Force Fighters, another indie fighter that's coming out from Kaizen Creed. It's got a Kickstarter going now. Also looks pretty cool. Just a fun sort of pixel style. There's a bunch of cool indie fighters that I like. When my back exploded, I didn't get a chance to show off and check out. So we're making up for lost time, and gonna show off some of these little gems that are coming out nowadays. So yeah, that'll continue, and Disco Elysium is going places. It's getting there. And I have another series planned. I'll hold off on announcing it for now. I think, but yeah, we got some stuff coming up that I think you guys are gonna enjoy. Over on Wooly Versus on YouTube and on Twitch. And shout outs to Esteban from Hold Back to Block, who did a little interview with me, just asking about the Guilty Gear lore videos and about the process behind them. I did an interview for him, and yeah, that just came out today, actually, on Hold Back to Block. So if you'd like to go support that channel, check him out at Hold Back to Block on YouTube and Patreon. He asks me about the pachinko, and I happily oblige. All right. Let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
But before that, let's take a quick break.
Sounds good. Alrighty. Quick word from our sponsors.
Yeah, sponsors. I love those. Zangief, you love them too, don't you? I'll take his labored breathing as a yes.
This week we're sponsored by Peanut Butter. Oh, fuck.
Get out of town. He's going to go crazy.
No, actually, the opposite. If you had
The
peanut butter
opposite
stain,
of peanut butter?
yes. No. Well, all right. The clothes you're wearing right now probably have peanut butter stains on them, and that's really gross.
They don't. I changed them out of the clothes that had peanut butter stains on them that I got earlier.
But you do have peanut butter clothes on, or rather, clothes in your house.
Yes, there are peanut butter-based clothing around my house.
There's also clothes that have been dog juiced.
Every piece of clothing I have ever worn has now been dog juiced.
This is not good.
It's got a
Stitch
certain
Fix.
appeal.
Stitch Fix. Here to take away the grossness of what you look like by helping you with some better clothing to help, you know, when the time comes, when you want to look a little sharper, when you want to get back outside, when you want to get a better fit, a better fix, a better look overall. Stitch Fix can help you with that. Because your sense of style is fucking garbage, dog. And
What can they do above the shoulders?
oof. I got a church we can go visit.
Nah, come on.
But for everything below the shoulder, Stitch Fix offers a clothing expert. They got stylists for your unique size, style, and budget. They're here to hook you up with a number of pieces you can try on, see what works for you, see what your favorites are, and then, yeah, you keep what you like, you send back the rest. They have free shipping, easy returns and exchanges, and a prepaid return envelope is included as well. No subscription required. Once you set up automatic deliveries, you pay a $20 styling fee for each box. It gets credited towards the pieces you keep, and then there's no hidden fees ever. So, yeah, you get to improve your style. Have you ever, you know, look at the cast of Guilty Gear, right, or the cast of King of Fighters? They have gotten the glow up over the years. One thing about these fighters is they have become a lot more chic. You know. They're wearing some sick duds. Giovanna's got those boots with the puppy feet on the bottom. Baller.
Looks good.
Fire. Stitch Fix can help you look your best. They got styles for any occasion, women, men, kids, shipping all over the US and the UK as well. So you can get started today at stitchfix.com/superbeast, and you'll get 25% off when you keep everything in your fix. That's stitchfix.com/superbeast for 25% off when you keep everything in your fix. Stitchfix.com/superbeast. Thank you, Stitch
Thank
Fix.
you, Stitch Fix.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by Honey, which is, once again, not the actual sugar-based treat. Made by bees. Made by bees. You know, the cool thing about bees is when an invader hornet flies by, they can surround it and vibrate their bodies so fast that the heat they generate kills the intruder.
I mean, that's a specific kind of bee, but yeah, that is cool.
It's super cool.
You know what
Saving
is
money
cool
is also
about
pretty
honey?
cool. What?
How it's a weird thing to just eat a spoonful of at 3 a.m. Definitely weirder than having a glass of milk. We're not talking about the food. We're talking about discounts.
Yeah, I'm not gonna knock anybody that wants a spoonful of honey, because that was also like an old like mom's recipe back in the day for
What
You
if they
know?
don't use the spoon and just put the bottle in their mouth and just suck on it like a bottle?
Well, then that would be Winnie the Pooh.
A little bit. Oh no.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, that's neither here nor there. While you attend to that crisis, let me just let the folks know that the other kind of honey is what we're talking about. The kind that'll save you money in the promo code field at checkout. Every time you go to a site online, you go to buy some stuff, they've got a field where you can put in words, and if you say the right words, you get money saved. But if you don't know the right words, you don't get the money saved. It's like a bouncer. You got to impress the bouncer, you know? And you want to show up and...
You say you have to impress the bouncer?
You have to impress the bouncer. And you got to do your best with your style and your charms, and you got to have a look that says, "Hey, I'm going to bring other people to this party and it's going to be a good time." And the bouncer's like, "Fuck you. You're not getting in." And you're like, "Damn." And you got to stand there and pay the cover charge like an idiot. Well, honey is like the...
You could offer them a spoonful of honey. That's
honey,
sweet.
no, honey, the service is like... It's like the person with all the connections, you know, that calls ahead of time and says, "Hey, you're on the VIP list." So then you show up at the door and the bouncer's like, "Oh, we were expecting you. Right this way, sir." And then you're right in there. That's what honey can do for you, except they do that with the online cart. So basically, they manually search for coupon codes, apply them, and you save money when you buy stuff. Shopping on tons of your favorite sites. It's that simple. And yeah, if they find a working coupon at the site you use, you will see the prices drop. So over 17 million members, over $2 billion in savings. If you don't have honey, you could be missing out on free savings, literally free, installs in a few seconds. By getting it, you're doing yourself a solid, saving some money, supporting the podcast. Get honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Thanks, honey.
Thank you, honey.
And last but not least, the sponsor this week, Manly Bands, who... Everything okay?
Everything's great.
Okay. Crisis. Well, when everything's going really, really great, there might come a time when you have got to figure out what the perfect wedding ring is going to look like. What are you going to wear? How's it going to look? What's going to be the cut, the clarity, the color, and all that jazz? You head on down to a jewelry store, you try to figure out what's going on, and who knows, you got some fast-talking used car salesman coming out at you. You don't know what's up or what's down, and before you know it, you're unhappy with what you've been talked into. Manly Bands, you can avoid the hellish buying experience by just heading to the website and seeing what kind of cool style ring you want to get, and what suits you and what you think will be best suited. I noticed that this time around the brutal divorce rate number has been... Oh no, there it is. There might be a 50% chance of your marriage working out, but there's a 100% chance
divorce, buddy.
that you're gonna love your manly band. That's the line. For a second, I thought that was gone, but that's gotta remind that one. Big divorce.
My dog loves divorce.
Yeah, everybody. Anyway, Manly Bands, they got curated collections, all kinds of fun stuff. They got Jack Daniels whiskey barrel collections, gold, wood, steel, dinosaur bone, and even the meteorites that killed them are all selectable ring styles you can go with. They send the ring sizes to your place. You try it out. You tell them the size and what fits, and then they send one back to your place. I got one. It's the record producer. It's pretty cool. It's like a black obsidian on the outside and a gold on the inside. Pretty slick. And, you know, get used to the feeling of having one of these things around the finger. It's a state change you got to get used to. And yeah, it's pretty slick. I like the one I got, but there's a ton of cool ones to choose from. And once you selected one, you got a 30-day exchange policy, free warranty, all of that. You're covered. So you can order your Manly Band and get 21% off plus a free silicone ring by going to manlybands.com/superbeast. That's manlybands.com/superbeast for 21% off. Manly Bands, the best damn rings, period. 21% in the year of our Lord, 2021.
Oh, that explains that. Why, thank you, Manly Band.
There you go. Love getting divorce stats.
It's great.
It's good times.
So to let y'all know what was going on off camera, the dog was trying to climb up onto the kitchen table to get a box cutter. And the last thing I need is that dog running around with a knife.
No, that's bad, because then peace is never an option.
Yeah, I can't defeat him with a box cutter.
It's not quite Sif. Geef with a box cutter is not quite
not quite the graceful beast.
Just fucking drooling and farting all over the stage.
Yeah.
Not quite. It's not quite Sif, you know?
Not
but
exactly.
still a dangerous combination that you should stop.
I have news. We're in the news section now.
Artorias and his trusted.
I have terrible news.
Mm.
My anime girlfriend Peach Saliva ate a potato and she is sick now.
What? But potatoes are the basis of...
She's probably allergic to nightshades.
Potatoes are the basis of our human consumption.
Yeah, well... She ate a potato and now she's like upstairs in bed being like, potato.
Like, if you have problems with potatoes or corn, you're probably going to have a hard time being a human being.
I still catch her drinking that pineapple juice.
That's true. Well, anyway.
That's a news report.
But what about the fucking the McDonald's fries?
Yeah, bro, yeah. But do they contain potato?
Shit, that's a pretty good question.
That's a good question.
All right, well. Our top story, fucking potato.
That would suck not being able to eat a potato.
There's something called the potato diet, which is like you can eat all the potatoes you want. Yep. Yeah. You can eat all the potatoes you want for as long as you want, as many as you want, all day. But you can only eat potatoes. And the idea is potatoes are so dry and bland that you eventually get sick of them because you're not allowed to dress them up. So you're only going to then... So then you only eat what will keep you alive when you need to get sustenance in your body. That would suck.
That's not how that happens. You're like, oh, I can only eat potatoes. I'm so hungry. I don't want to eat potatoes, and then you eat 100 pounds of ice cream.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, when your willpower breaks, then that's the end of that.
That's the most realistic scenario of that potato diet.
See, when my willpower breaks, I have some. I personally keep some sugarless ice cream around. So at the very least, I can go in for mitigated damage.
I live somebody who will eat granulated sugar. Just eat the sugar like she's a fly. People will just.
All right.
People are gonna do what they're gonna do, man.
They are going to do what they are going to do. We talked about the Steam Deck already. That's fine.
Yep.
So why don't we take a second? And we talked about the bad CG of Space Jam 2.
We did talk about that. Yeah.
So then why don't we talk about the bad CG of fucking Monster Hunter Netflix? Because Space Jam wasn't the only bad CG that dropped.
So we're talking about the Netflix Monster Hunter movie called
Legends of the Guild.
Legends of the Guild, and my mouth was agape as I watched this trailer.
I saw the poster, and I'm like, oh, was there a PS2 game that I'd never played or knew about or saw artwork from? And, like, then I'm looking at this, and it's like, no, this is the ad to get you excited for the Monster Hunter series coming August 12th. And, I mean, like, Soul Edge 1 intro gives some of these things a run for its money. Maybe not. Maybe that's a bit hyperbolic.
I am now looking
but it's not that far behind.
I am watching the Monster Hunter Freedom Unite intro trailer, which is the first game's expansion on the PS2 in fucking a million years ago. And it is markedly better than the Netflix show.
You know what's a pretty solid metric for 3D model quality? The Tekken franchise. Tekken 1, 2, 3, tag 4, 5, 6, 7, tag 2 are all running the gamut of CG, of 3D model quality. And none of them approach the photorealism that we can get to today. But when you're looking at, when you want to grade how bad things are, you can pick a Tekken.
Oh, yeah.
This is absolutely nowhere near being above Tekken 4. I'm going to put what I see here at least Tekken 4, maybe a 3.5. Probably. On the 3D model quality scale.
It's I'm looking at the Tekken 2 box art right now, and I think it's appropriate. I think it's an appropriate comparison, because man, that it is astonishing in its poor quality. It's just wild.
And the Tekken scale. The Tekken scale only goes up to 7 out of 10.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, that's pretty fucking good. There you go. The Tekken scale. How does this 3D rank on the Tekken scale? Perfect. Yeah. I'm putting it at a Tekken 4. That's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to fucking just grab. So I think the biggest bummer for me was that I was on stream and somebody was like, dude, the Ace Cadet's getting his own show. And I'm like, oh man, I love the Ace Cadet. It's probably the only character in Monster Hunter that's a character. If you played World, in that game, he's known as the excitable A-lister.
What about the girl that hangs out with you from World?
The handler?
The handler.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
Well, she's a character. I don't know. I just...
No, what, like, Ace Cadet's in Monster Hunter 4, and he's
Uh-huh.
the excitable A-lister in Monster Hunter World. He's the only character I can
okay.
think of that's actually like an existing character in the franchise.
Across games?
And so I'm like, oh, that... Yeah. I'm like, oh, that guy's
Okay.
cool. I like that guy. And then... he's in the he's in there. And I'm like, okay. Cool, I'm gonna go watch it. And then it's like, oh, no. It's bad.
That guy who
not-
was in the village, who's like, you said he's clearly a reference to like some of the older hunters from the previous games.
Yeah, the guy in the old guy wearing the old Rathian armor. That dude would be a hunter from
With the
like Monster Hunter
You said 2 or something, where they joke about
Yeah.
swimming.
Yeah, swimming's for losers. I hate swimming.
Okay,
We're a bunch
but
of
like,
stupid nerds.
but that's just like a person who's referencing the gear and stuff, but it's not actually like a,
Yeah, it's
a
not a
character
person,
that
it's
shows
not an
up.
actual
Yeah,
character.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the funniest thing about this whole situation is that I'm currently just MS painting a piece of shit Photoshop of this guy onto the Tekken 2 box art. It's the shittiest thing I've ever made. And I didn't even realize until just now that Andy is still in it. That I grabbed a Tekken 2 version of the box art that has Andy Bogard from KOF 14 in it.
I mean, look,
I literally didn't even realize.
Nothing's gonna beat the simple series Andy Bogard. Like that's the actual winning Photoshop, because it has not just that quality but that energy. You know.
Like it fits right in. It's exactly there.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. That's not good. So Monster Hunter has Milia Jovovich.
Jovovich, man.
Resident Evil girl, and
Mila
Paul,
Jovovich. It's not hard.
excuse me, and Paul W.S. Anderson. On
You gotta
one
say
side,
WS because there's a much better director named Paul Anderson.
that's correct. And on one side you got that, and on the other side you got, this. And Monster Hunter is probably deserves better than this, I think, for adaptations. Considering.
So, I've been joking about this with Eli because Monster Hunter, he beat Monster Hunter Stories 2, and he's like, I didn't care for the story. I'm like, you mean the same story that's in every Monster Hunter game ever? Like, they literally all have the exact same plot. There's an Elder Dragon and it's screwing up the ecosystem, so everything's going crazy, yada yada. And I'm watching the trailer for this, and it's like, what's the story about? There's an Elder Dragon on its way to your village and it's screwing up the ecosystem. it's literally, it's the same plot every time. It's unbelievable. But this one has a character that you know. It has the Ace Hunter and it has the excitable A-lister. Before he was the Ace Cadet. And it has a bunch of other losers, and they're gonna I don't know how to build a movie. Like, I'm not even talking about the CG. I don't know how to build up a movie out of an event that people have grinded for 1,000 hours. Like the big boss of this is Lunastra, which was like a DLC fight that came to World that people grinded the piss out of and kicked the shit out of that monster. So it's like they're gonna beat it up.
I'm a bit confused because the last time Capcom did something like this, and I haven't watched it, but I did see the trailer, they went for Dragon's Dogma, which is not the best CG, but it looks a whole lot better than this in an anime style.
They also did
it's
Monster Hunter
serviceable.
Stories 1 as an anime, which it looked decent. It looked okay.
So looking at how Dragon's Dogma turned out, and then kind of looking at this, it's like, man, like, I guess they didn't go with the same people.
Nope.
But I don't know.
They went with the algorithm. The algorithm made this movie.
It bad? It was bad? It was... Some people are saying it was worse? Okay. Well,
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, I'll
Capcom's-
tell you what. Instead of watching this, go watch the 3DS intro movies for Monster Hunter 4 and For You, and just those are just better. They look better. I checked. I went back and checked. They look way better CG wise.
Man, Capcom is starving for a good adaptation of one of their franchises. Like, it's brutal all across the board. I want to say the only successful thing I can think of was Udon Street Fighter. And even then, it had, like, a bunch of shit that was pretty goofy.
Get ready for the Resident Evil spin-off TV show about the Wesker kids.
Mm-hmm.
With
Archie Mega Man was good. Archie Mega Man was really good. That was super good.
Yeah.
I forgot that too.
With
that was better than Udon Street Fighter actually.
Lance. Reddick? Is that his name? Guy played Cedric Daniels in The Wire.
Oh, yeah, I believe so.
He's playing Wesker.
Voicing?
And it's about his... No, he's playing Wesker.
Okay. All right.
It's the
Sure.
It's gonna be...
Yeah.
It's gonna be about his evil children in Neo Raccoon. I am not joking.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Sure.
Like everything else is shit. I'll take Black Wesker, whatever. Lance Reddick's great.
We already did L.
Yeah, sure, fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Neo Raccoon High School? Is it actually? Jesus shit. It's actually just Resident Evil babies. It's like straight up. And they're also doing another...
you are muted? Hello?
I'm muted. Hello.
What the fuck? You are suddenly muted, my friend.
I'm doing the beeps on my screen. It's green. And in the audio version of this podcast, oh, they can hear me, but not you. Wooly has gone deaf.
It's okay. You guys are okay. So then it's me. Is it my headphones dying? Let's find out if it's my headphones dying. It does not appear to be my headphones dying. That's weird. Ah, there it is. No, we're back. It is the headphones that we both have. Just arbitrarily disconnecting and then reconnecting.
Cool. Awesome.
Okay. You were saying?
They're also going to make a Resident Evil series that's a more accurate like recreation of like the first game. It's going to be like, you know, them infiltrating the mansion, which I've heard nothing about, which doesn't bode well. Also, the Infinite Darkness series sucks ass. It is bad.
So I think something really, really unfortunate happened in the Capcom timeline where Street Fighter Van Damme and the Paul W.S. Anderson Resident Evil movies showed Capcom that you don't have to be good to be insanely profitable.
I mean, that is true. Take this podcast, for example.
And they admitted full on
doing
that
finger guns out here for audio listeners.
That movie, that Van Damme movie, made crazy money for Capcom over the years, and the entire Resident Evil franchise,
it fucking rules.
the entire RE franchise continued to make bank, despite
being just the
like
worst.
I hear scenes described about anyway. And so they realize this, and then they kind of just go, well, then why stop? So just put things out there, and if enough people are fans of the thing that they watch it and it makes the money, then who cares? And so they're not particularly biased towards quality with their adaptations.
They tried to just make Monster Hunter the next Resident Evil movie by having the same people make it, but it didn't work because Monster Hunter isn't Resident Evil.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not gonna.
They should have went for Dino Crisis.
Have you seen the Wesker versus Chris and Claire scene from one of them movies?
I with the gun crazy shit.
Yeah,
the crazy gunfight. Yeah, I've seen it. It's insane.
Do you remember? You played RE5, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember how that's a shot-for-shot ripoff of Sheva
of when they confront him in the mansion?
Wesker? It's shot-for-shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever watched both of them like very close after one another?
No.
Paul W.S. Anderson is like the shittiest hack director ever. And whoever the fuck was directing it over at Capcom with those fancy motion capture cameras they used to direct RE5 is way better at their job. Cause it is night and day. It is absolutely astonishing.
Even in the attempt to recreate that energy.
The game version is like Oscar quality by comparison.
Amazing. Can't even copy it right.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. I just threw it out there, but really, right? Like, why not just cast Milia as Regina? And then make a Dino. Yeah. Because and it can be the next Resident Evil, because it can be a stupid series about her shooting dinosaurs.
Well, Dino Crisis has absolutely no brand value.
You couldn't create it again?
So it'll actually be Mila Jovovich as Mega Man. No, she'd be fucking Proto Man. Or Zero.
Because that feels like the proper, like, it's the same style, it's just the subject matter is just as dumb, and you already have a character that she could like fill the role of instead of inserting one in the way that they did. It feels like it's the right franchise for this. And then
Mila Jovovich as Trish.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that's around the corner soon.
And wow, it's super weird how Dante was the main character, but Trish was the one who shot and killed everything and got all the cool moments.
You know, they haven't heard us yet. There's the anime, but they haven't gone live action. But I'm sure it's around the corner at some point. And, like, the only thing stopping it is probably Ruben physically showing up and forcing them to cast him as Dante and refusing to let the production go forward if they don't.
If you guys don't cast me as Dante, I will sit in this office and talk about my stupid UFO bullshit until security makes me leave.
He's not going anywhere, man. I think we better talk about casting. Anyway, that's unfortunate, and Capcom doesn't seem to really mind throwing Drek out, because if it cashes in, it cashes in. If Netflix is going to pay, then
Maybe
sure.
maybe the story behind this Monster Hunter movie will be really good. I don't believe what I just said. That was a lie for humor.
Well, anyway, while we're discussing some quality voice acting, a fun little side story here, but apparently some talented voice actors got together and decided to redub Bloody Roar 2 into English. And it seems like it was
Confusion.
put together by Casey Mongillo. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but the voice of Shinji.
Oh, okay.
And basically, there is you can check out over on his Twitter, Bloody Roar 2, just redubbed with a bunch of voice acting friends, such as one Kira Buckland as Uriko the Half Beast, and what do we got going on? Hold on a second. Bill Butts as the announcer, Bill Rogers as Gato the Lion, aka Urian's voice actor, Alice the Rabbit as Kaylee Mills, Casey Mongillo playing Bakuryu the Mole, River Vitae as Busuzuma, excuse me, Lisa Ortiz as Jenny the Bat, Long the Tiger as Kaiji Tang, Xander Mobus as Shenlong the Tiger, Eddie Correa Jr. as Stun the Insect. Yeah, like I don't know why this exists, but it's awesome.
Like,
it's
don't
super
get me
cool.
wrong.
A bunch of cool voice actors just said, let's fucking redub Bloody Roar 2.
Don't get me wrong.
Who's going to stop us?
Bloody Roar 2 fucking owns. That game rules. But it's also like a semi-obscure PS1 fighting game from 25 years ago.
And it's now, and they have it playable on PS1 hardware as well. So, yeah, go check out Casey's Twitter for some clips and some footage, and check this shit out. Like, I'm just like, I don't know why or how, but what a rad secret project to be worked on in the background. You know, like quality voice actors just redubbing fucking Beasterizer.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Oh, is it KG Tang?
Okay.
Okay, excuse me. I always thought it was Kaiji. My mistake. Yeah, that's some real quality there. Go give it a look.
I like Bloody Roar 2.
That's another franchise. Yeah, I don't see a link to it, but I'm sure it's out there.
I assume it was on the commission of a suspiciously wealthy furry.
This is probably the driving force behind many secret projects.
I don't know how many artists you've talked to about this, but there are some furries with some
Connections?
money to throw around out there, man.
Hitting up the Olympics, apparently.
The anecdotal data is that furries is a good indicator of future wealth. So if your kids want to dress up, let them. They'll be engineers or some shit.
Mega rich, light bending furry. Sure, I believe it. Now, in the meantime, there's times, you know how we talk about, like, why didn't Pokemon take the opportunity to insert itself into this genre or this franchise and so on?
Time. The answer is never money. It's actually time.
Yeah. I mean, sure, but also, it's fucking Pokemon. They have so much money that they can buy time. Like
Not
they can
by using the same people.
No, you get other people.
No.
Anyway,
that costs money. Damn it! You were right. Damn it! You were right. It is money. It's always money.
Well, that wasn't even the point. The point is that the opposite of that is Bandai Namco and its approach to Gundam as a franchise. Because Gundam will not let a genre fly by without testing the waters at least somewhat. You bet your ass. And so now we've got Gundam Evolution, which is essentially Gundam Overwatch as a hero first-person shooter coming. And why the fuck not? Because if it's out there,
think of a franchise I would want to play in first person less than Gundam.
It's been this way for a while with some of these arcade games and shit, but they are fucking throwing themselves at every genre, and it's why the fuck not? It's Gundam. There's a million things that you can, a million sub-series you can use in different contexts. Gundam Evolution. Yeah, looking like a big old Gundam Overwatch video with a bunch of all-star robots in the cast. And I could see this thing, if it's fun to play, I could see this like getting a following and doing pretty well. Seems like it can do fine. It was just... There's a trailer on the Gundam Evo _JP Twitter. And I gotta give a shout out because for the cast, people were wondering, seeing some of the selections in the trailer about, you know, whether or not they're gonna get to play as their faves, because Maxi Boost On, aka Mbon, allowed every franchise to get its representation quite thoroughly. So shout outs to Experimilk for his tweet saying, "No goof, devs goofed. No Zam, no purchase, ma'am. No heavy arms, I'll resist this game's charms. No ball, won't buy it at all. No easy 8, nah, I'm straight. No shining, I'll continue my whining. No unicorn, y'all better get these devs on the horn. No Hayakushiki,
these are too long.
Hello Wiki. No turn A, I won't pay." And then it turns out turn A's in it. Yeah. So you're all good.
Is this gonna come out here?
No. Oh no.
You know what is though?
What?
Super Robot 30.
Yeah. Yeah, every once in a while.
Isn't that
the OG stuff gets translated, and then occasionally they take a stab at it.
That's crazy.
It is. The licensing nightmare has always been the biggest thing. Hold up, but then they figure it out sometimes. You know? Sometimes they're like, no.
We included this time don't give a shit.
But this is an OG. Yeah, I know. I'm saying they also have proof that the licensing nightmare can be defeated. So then you go, defeated. Well, then what about all the others over the years? And it's like,
their dinosaurs remain.
They didn't want to. The other question is, of course, like, if they could get because over the years they've had all kinds of guests. They have Gurren Lagann and Big O and Virtua On, and it's kind of like, I don't imagine those license holders would have had a problem with this coming over. So like, was it just nah, fuck it? Because I always imagined it was just like the licensing nightmare, you know, but turns out it doesn't have to be. Of course, you also have to realize that technically speaking, Super Robot Wars is the mecha version of Space Jam and the likes with these
That's
with
true.
the commercial genre movies at the end of the day.
Clapped when I saw it.
I fucking clapped when I saw it. The Big O showed up, and I was like, hell yeah. Check it out. He's doing the cool thing. I fucking did. It was really good. And then Full Metal Panic was there. And they used the Lambda driver, and I was like, yeah, I'm clapping. So it's the same shit, just for fucking mecha dorks.
Yeah, but mecha are more respectable than... basketball.
I thought you were going to say Droogs.
That too.
Gunnex Sword? Yeah, you know what, to be fair, I never finished it. But I did like Dan's design. I thought it was alright, but anyway. Yeah, this might actually get translated, who knows. But for now, it's a big old Japanese Gundam Overwatch.
What's it called again?
Gundam Evolution. And yes, as far as fun cameos go,
Oh, it's
Overman
free to
King
play.
Overman King Geiner. That's where I'm going. I'd rather see him show up than some of the others.
It's
Anyway.
coming west.
Yeah, all right.
It's coming west. No official Western announcement.
Pretty forgettable name, unfortunately.
But there's two pieces of information that say that it's coming out west. One, it's releasing for the Windows PC. And two, Bandai Namco has had articles talking about how they want to break into the North American esports market with Gundam. So probably gonna come out here.
I mean, I think they realized at some point that the market is the people buying Gunpla. The toy buyers are the people you want to sell to. So Breaker is going to do fine. And Mbon is going to do fine. And these things are where you should put your fucking money. And then you're like, nah, that esports money, though. We want that new money. And then you kind of look away from the place where everyone's like, we have cash, we'll give you. And you're like, we want that other market, though. Which is not unlike Capcom attempting to do the same. And it's just a little like, good fucking luck.
There's 2 points I want to bring up in regards to that. One is for that interview with Harada and the Sega representative about Virtua Fighter from last week that I talked about. The smartest thing that was said during that is asking why they changed the name from Virtua Fighter Esports to Ultimate Showdown. And the Sega rep said that people in North America really strongly dislike games talking about how they are becoming esports before they are out. It is like a really intensely negative reaction. So they changed the name. I'm like, you know what? Smart.
Very true.
The second thing,
big
this
true.
is a quote by occasionally but not often correct Cliff Bleszinski when he was talking about lawbreakers in regards to Overwatch and Rainbow Six Siege. He described that in a long-term game marketplace in competitive genres, there's room for number one, and there's room for number two, and maybe there's room for somebody at number three just kind of picking up the slack. And I think that's 100% accurate. So I really, really wonder if Namco Bandai knows that, and if they actually think they're going to dethrone something like fucking Rainbow Six Siege or Valorant or Counter-Strike.
I don't think it's about that. I don't think it's about that because what I'm thinking is based on the way things have been going, especially with like established genres in Japan, specifically in Japan, like fighting games. We've learned that like Japan is relatively late to the esports scene on a lot of this stuff. The concept of esports was not a thing there for a very long time, and now now with them kind of recognizing and starting to move in that direction and like creating laws and stuff about how this all works, we're starting to see these problems like the JESU, or for example, with this company that showed up and said, no, we're the official Japanese esports institution and all that. They had no framework for professional gamers. They had no framework for people that would play games like full-time for money as a part of a team. They had examples of
Japanese
like
esports shit is so corrupt. Like, it's so bad.
Like the thing is, and they had players that were like, playing RTS games, and they had players that were playing like mobile games and things and participating in these large events, but they were still very slow on the uptake of like some of these other genres and like first person shooters, especially, and things that were blowing up in America. So I think they're just coming late to the party, and what we're seeing is like that late arrival leading to late development and late planning of multiple companies, not just this game, but Sega and Capcom and all these other studios we're seeing openly talking about how they want to get in and involved with esports, where in Japan, because a bunch of shit is still being established, it might actually get a foothold and result in them making bank. But the idea of dethroning something that's been around for over a decade in America and around the world, actually, in a lot of other countries and Korea and everything, where it's just like, yeah, you have no fucking chance. You have no chance whatsoever. And your brand, your IP, is not big enough to challenge the existing ones that are the monsters of this genre. So I think they're really like looking at Japan and thinking they can take that market. And that's probably what they're thinking.
I don't know. They talked about how they want to break into the North American esports market.
Yeah, and they absolutely will not. But it's like but that wishful
like,
thinking comes from
like,
this
Yeah,
overall
Gundam, man. Gundam's big, right? Yeah, where you're at.
This
Gundam's
insanely
big with, like,
offset.
Me.
Yeah, they're super late to the party on all of this, and
some of those esports got big because of influencers. Like, I think Siege in particular. So I'll tell you what, if Bandai Namco, if you can hear this, if you give me a big bag of money, Pat, an influencer at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt, I will play your Gundam game, and it will be a big success in the West. That's a promise.
I think the problem is that it's not easy to make high quality porn of Gundams.
Is that true? Is it difficult?
It takes work.
Oh, yeah.
You got to get creative.
Yeah.
That's the real problem.
Yeah, that's the
Takes
issue
some
right
work. Yeah. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like, if you try hard enough and you have the right attitude, we can get this done. But Overwatch is a porn franchise first and a video game second.
I just had this lightning flash into my mind, which is, we're talking about the licensing issues for, some of the robot franchises, and I'm just thinking of, like, what happens if this game becomes a North American esport and they don't have the North American broadcast rights for, say, Gundam Wing or Gundam Wing Zero, and the tournament starts up and they have to put a blur filter on Gundam. And it's like, Americans don't look at it.
Don't look at it.
It's not-
You can't see it. You're not allowed.
And then when you go to select it on the character select, it's just a big
No,
blue
don't
outline
look
where
at
they
it. You
cut
can't
out.
have it. It's unlocked. You're just not allowed to look at it.
Oh my god.
Smap. It's I like it is unfair to attribute this one insane company's behavior to everybody, but too bad.
Oh, it's fun. It's fun to do.
Too bad.
It's fun.
Everybody's catching it now.
It's fun to do.
One insane fucking company run by crime, allegedly, is involved in this fucking photoshopping your eyeballs in a Black Mirror style so that you cannot behold their talent. But now everybody's gonna get accused of it, and too bad. We're all Johnnies, excuse me. Anyway, that's Gundam Evolution. Then we had some fun with the reveal of Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl coming this fall to PS4, PS5, Xbox, and Switch. And this was a fucking... Like, there had been an era where these games would come and go, and you just go like, yeah, you know, it's another one. They're cashing in. They're doing their thing. I had a couple of QA overtime days working on the Shaolin Showdown video game, or working on, you know, random Nickelodeon or cartoon franchise thing here and there. Ninja Turtles got their Smash Up game going, and hey, look, there's Shrek Super Slam tournaments running in the bathroom. But Crumpet Dashing is real. But we haven't seen or heard of any of these games in a while, and I'm not sure why, but I suspect it might be because, like, it's not as cheap to make a current gen game as it was, like, towards the end of the PS2 era generation, to just throw out some random ass fucking a Nickelodeon thing, you know, a SpongeBob game or whatever. Like, they'd throw out SpongeBob games like fucking 5 times a year. Like, it was nothing, you know. But we haven't heard of anything in a while, and then now we heard of this one, and it spreads like wildfire for good fucking reason, because anybody who happens to be familiar with the platform fighter Slap City, which we did play on Fisticuffs way back, and then I also played it on Get Into Fighting Games, knows that this team, Ludosity, is fucking good, and they know what they're doing, and they make legit ass quality, and they understand, like, what makes a competitive side of things fun. They understand how to not just cash out. So I would assume, just on that alone, that you're getting some solid quality here, and then you get the confirmation on day one that it's going to have rollback and wave dashing, and you're like, oh yeah, this is in good hands. It's taken care of. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing, and the devs are on the Discord answering people's questions, just being like, yep, this is based on what we were doing with Slap City, but it's its own beast. It's not going to have the systems that Slap City had, so no clutch button, which I love. But you're absolutely going to have SpongeBob and Nigel Thornberry edgeguarding as a concept. And it's going to have all the fucking appeal of the cast of Nickelodeon characters for all the kids they want to sell this to. But it's also possibly going to be played in majors because it might be legit.
It also has rollback.
Yep.
It also has a 1% chance of having Goku.
It's not 0.
It's not 0.
But why go with Goku when you can go with a Nickelodeon Western particular reference to something? You know?
because he's Goku.
It's got Invader Zim. It's got the Hey Arnold going on.
It has Oblina from Real Monsters.
Real
in it,
Monsters.
man. Like,
Yep.
that is a deep, deep cut.
Yeah. More interesting and important and relevant and a cooler choice than Goku would be Aang.
He's gonna, like, I feel like we don't need to even talk about that because Aang's gonna be in there. He's gonna be there.
Oh, he's on the box. There you go. Hyper confirmed. Good shit. Powdered toast, man. Yeah. So now we get this. Now we get to have the Smash Oscars discussion of who's gonna make it. Except you get to reach into old cartoons.
Deepest pit. The deepest, grimiest pit.
There was a small group, but very visible, that were upset to discover that Doug is owned by Disney and not Nickelodeon. And that Doug Funny is not necessarily a shoo-in.
Damn it. That sucks.
Is what it is.
Oh.
Also, the fun thing about this, I always find, is I get to discover more of how it feels to be very, very, very Canadian, and particularly French Canadian, because you get to see how many of these cartoons we never got.
Yeah.
We got Our Real Monsters. We got the Wild Thornberries.
We got Hey Arnold.
But I have no idea what, like, at least 4 of those characters are.
I don't know who Powdered Toast Man is.
No, that's Ren and Stimpy. That's
Oh,
yeah.
is it? Well, I don't know, because Ren and Stimpy scared me as a child. I've discussed this.
Okay, no, the Powdered Toast Man is we got that. There's a couple of kids in there that showed up where I was like, I don't know what.
Danny Phantom, do you know who that is?
Yep, we got Danny Phantom as well. Mm-hmm.
Okay, then who are you talking about?
Danny Phantom was beyond our time because it just came later than when we were watching cartoons. But Danny Phantom did happen here. I don't know. I can't name them because I don't know who they are.
I mean, they were named in the thing.
And I didn't know them, so I didn't remember what the names were.
This is a great conversation. I'm really happy about this.
What do you want me to tell you?
Where's Angry Beavers at? Can we get Angry Beavers in there, please?
That was good.
That was really good, and they're beavers, and they're Canadian, and I love them. Could have Goku, though.
Could have Goku.
Possible. Was Two Stupid Dogs a Nickelodeon show? Because that's proper ancient. I was like 4 years old when that was coming out.
It feels like the style. No, Cartoon Network. Cartoon Network.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Crap.
No good. Anyway, Ludosity rules. Slap City was super fun, and like some of the characters that they had and the way they designed them, like the Queen of Explosions and shit like that, was like, it was a ton of fun. Like Slap City, of all the platform fighters, Slap City was definitely like amongst the best. And I'd say like that, Rivals of Aether, you know, these were like the fucking quality ones that I really enjoyed. Shovel Knight Showdown I really enjoyed as well. They're on the higher echelon above your brawl outs and your icons and your brawlhallas, you know. So shout outs to Ludosity for putting the quality where they didn't have to. Also, the dev said that Nickelodeon gave them pretty much like free reign to create the move lists and do whatever they wanted. You know, so they're like, yeah, so far they've gotten barely any pushback on their ideas and suggestions. So
there's gonna
good
be
shit.
some weird, stupid shit in there. I know it.
But you do have to parse out like the Cartoon Network from the Nickelodeon from the Disney, you know.
Do you think SpongeBob's gonna have a counter, like a down B, where he does the sarcastic lean?
I mean, if they know what they're doing, which they do, we've established, every one of SpongeBob's attack animations will be a meme.
Yes.
He will get buff and Rambo up. He will float out of his body.
We'll have a body projectile where he rides David Hasselhoff.
You know, every one of his attacks will just be meme, and that's what they're gonna do. And guess what? The kid who lost his shit seeing Big Chungus is gonna lose his shit when the game when he sees this in the game, and then his parents are gonna have to calm him down because SpongeBob did the meme.
You know, I just recently found out what Chungus means.
Like dictionary definition?
Yeah.
Let's find out together.
It's a combined word. It means chunky anus.
Coined by Sterling. Really? They coined it. Huh.
Didn't know that. Did not know that.
Well, that makes sense.
Wow, that ran away from them, didn't it?
Amazing, amazing.
Does that mean they own the Chungus?
James Stephanie Sterling owns Chungus and is deserving of a cut of whatever money.
Of all
Chungus bucks.
All Space Jam 2 proceeds. I can't stop laughing at the idea of some kid losing his mind in a theater going, "It's Big Chungus! It's Big Chungus! Mom, it's the Chungus! Did you see it? It's Chungus!"
And the scene goes by, and 5 minutes later, he's still going.
Mom, did you see it?
Anyways, let's take us out on a fun note over here. Military game fan leaks classified documents to win forum argument. Let's take us out on a fun note.
Don't. Oh, wait. Because I have a downer note to bring us out on after this. Bummer.
A War Thunder fan leaked classified military documents during an argument on the developers' message boards earlier this week. War Thunder is an MMO that builds itself as the most comprehensive free-to-play military game dedicated to military shit. Someone was arguing about the way that they built the Challenger 2 tank and its accuracy, because apparently the feeling was that it was not as accurate as it could be. And user fear_not, who is believed to be a commander in the Royal Tank Regiment of the United Kingdom, uploaded altered screenshots of documents they claimed were from the official Army Equipment Supply support publication for the Challenger 2 tank. They were meant to be an example of where the dev went wrong on the game design, but they were eventually removed due to the classified nature of the information shared.
Don't commit light treason to win an internet argument. Just leave it alone.
You are
No.
a potentially decorated officer. And you are so mad on the forums that you gotta fucking leak government documents on the tank, on the on how it's built to prove how right you are, and risk literally treason. Well, he won. He won the argument. You can't say he didn't. You know. There's some of those arguments at the end of the day, you know, when you're 10 years later, you're sitting in jail. You got to go, well, hey, man, I was right. They fucked up the challenger, too. I, to this day, still remember that one guy who argued with me on the forums that Oro had one arm. And I'm like, you're so stupid and wrong. I can't explain how stupid and wrong you are. It's crazy how confident you are for being so wrong, you stupid wrong idiot. And I remember the guy's tag, and like he's been around in FGC things, and I've seen it pop up every now and then. And I'm like, I remember arguing on the internet with you 20 practically years ago.
I bring it up every time that I had this huge, like, hours-long argument with Ultra David about training stages in SF4 that I totally won. Big lawyer man, FGC, Illuminati or not. I was super right, dipshit.
It's crazy. Anyway.
All right, now let's end on a downer note. If Games Workshop contacts you that they want to use your animations officially for Games Workshop games like Warhammer 40K, better take the deal or they'll DMCA strike your whole channel and livelihood.
What the fuck?
Gentlemen, No Tables was offered a job at Games Workshop because of his animations, and he was like, these terms are shit, I'm not doing this. And they're like, okay. So they fucked up his Patreon and his YouTube videos.
Wow. Wow. We started talking about petty corporation moves. Petty corporation energy, you know? Going after talented fans that you want to hire to do things. And oh my god. Wow.
And then apparently this has been going on for like all year, and they're just going through the entirety of the Warhammer like animation community one by one.
So what does he make?
And I makes animations about it, I believe. Productions of my animations will still continue. But the Patreon is killed, and all the 40K videos have been demonetized.
Okay.
I retweeted the gentleman talking about it.
Is it is there a weird way, like, is it like 2D animations or 3D or like?
I'm not personally familiar with the gentleman's work at all.
Because I'm like, do they have, like, is it a thing where they're is it like, oh, you ripped our 3D models from something or something like that, or?
I doubt it. I really
don't. What the fuck, man?
But the what I was not aware of was seeing people talk about this is that Games Workshop, like the existing current forms of that, looks like their own stuff, but it's all just ripped off shit from like Starship Troopers, and the Necrons used to just be straight up Terminators. So it's like long-standing fantasy company that rips off every movie they can get a hold of, then goes after people for doing animations for them.
Okay, I've been around too long because all I remember is the Penny Arcade comic, which is, I think it's like my favorite one, where
Yeah, absolutely.
Where Gabe is making fun of 40K for ripping off StarCraft, and Tycho loses his shit.
I don't know, because Games Workshop, to my knowledge, has also always been litigious. I literally don't know how that happened. Wait, I do know how that happened. Blizzard was making a Warhammer video game, and Games Workshop pulled out the license at the last second.
Oh, fuck.
And
that's why.
They said, fuck it, whatever, use generic versions, we don't care.
Well, that fucking explains everything. They made their own shit because the deal went sour. Wow. Okay. So there's a little more to it.
Warcraft is just straight up Warhammer.
There's a little more to it than Blizzard saw 40K and went, we like that.
I did say the name of the animator. His name's No Tables. It was the first thing I said, you ungrateful fucking peons. I'm talking to the chat because they're being annoying shits.
Who? What? That's crazy. I had no idea. That's a fucking
You
twist.
did, because I told you on this podcast two and a half years ago.
Okay. Well, that's a twist on...
But like, I forgot I said it too, so yeah.
That's a twist on the narrative established in my brain by that whole era of 40K came first, StarCraft is ripping it off.
Mm-hmm.
That was always the narrative for so long. Damn. Okay.
Also, you see there's Ultimax news?
No, but I was going to say, Mothman, if you're out there, be careful.
Yeah. There's rumblings about a Persona 4 Ultimax remaster.
Is that because of the Persona event that's occurring? Because, yeah, I think that's some bullshit. I hope it's not, but I saw a whole lot of like wishful thinking that kind of turned into rumors, and I don't believe that shit. That's just a whole lot of wishful thinking. Source, trust me.
Here's hoping regardless.
Yeah. Honestly, because of early episodes of getting blown up with like stupid rumor talk, I've always like nowadays when something is like, oh, rumors about this or that, I'm like, man, I want to see the article talk about like the source being this person who possibly was right in the past about these things, and then I'll be like, okay, take it with a grain of salt, you know. But these fucking stupid Geno rumors, I'm not docketing those anymore. Like that shit's fucking, it's too loose. But it would be amazing. Goku? P5A would be amazing.
Yeah, it'd be great. I'll take P4U just with better netcode, man.
Port it. Make it work.
I'll take that in a second.
Let's take some letters over here.
You want a letter in, send it into castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Also, shout outs to everybody listening to this live. If you want to check out a train wreck, there's going to be a Peach Saliva stream where she's going to play Baba Is You at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight that I'm not going to help with.
Will she be releasing any documents that are in violation of the Official Secrets Act?
Don't think so.
Okay. If you got a letter, you can send it over to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
What do we got now? Does anyone have a good question?
Hey there, pop culture reference number 1 and pop culture reference number 2.
That's me.
Longtime listener of the new and old podcast, just trying to get a question answered. Everyone knows the meme, is it a bug or a feature? I was wondering whether or not you or someone you know ever submitted a report during your QA time that was actually a feature. Or even better, you were sure it was a bug, but the studio didn't want to admit it. Friendly regards from Toby. Absolutely.
I have no experience with this. I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorites is the story of Jumper. JMPR. That was
Griffith's story?
Griffith's story was the Wii version. The original Jumper on the 360 and PlayStation, where the game is about, it's a shitty 3D beat 'em up nonsense adventure game, and your power is to teleport because you can Nightcrawler. That's the story of Jumper. If you go watch the movie Jumper,
there's jumpers and they can teleport.
Hayden Christensen does some jumpers, and then when you play the 360 version of the game and you use its teleport powers, you eventually quickly realize that the stages don't mean anything, the enemies don't mean anything, and the game itself doesn't mean anything, because you can just teleport and move past every obstacle in the game until you get to the checkpoint that triggers the next cutscene. So the entire game does not need to be played because you can just teleport to the end of the game. So, eventually, this was what we noticed to be an issue, that the player doesn't actually have to play the game. And the team was rather insistent that too bad. They're not changing anything at this point in time, because why would they?
Game's good.
Well, that would require giving a shit about what you're working on. And that would be a huge mistake and very, very out of character for Brash Entertainment, the developers behind the game, also behind a number of other fucking shovelware shit adaptation games. But they sure did get their movie money and run with it. So before they shut down, kudos up to them for that. When it came time to design the achievements for the game, they designed an achievement that was called Beat the Game in Record Time. But they didn't tell the player what record time meant. And we were like, well, this is also an issue because people are not going to know how fast they have to beat the game.
Right.
And you should reword this to tell the user, beat it in whatever record time is supposed to be.
Is it 2 hours? Is it an hour? Like, what is it?
And their reply was no, because if someone finds out that you can teleport and beat the game within 13 minutes, they might not want to purchase the game. So we will not be informing the user of the time.
Okay.
And we went, okay. Thanks, Jumper.
So why'd they put that achievement in? If they didn't want to have the achievement in, like, it makes no sense to me.
Because somewhere early along the line, they thought, oh, beat the game in whatever time, that'll be our achievement. And then they made it. And then after they made it, they realized that, oh no, our game sucks and you don't have to play it. So then they realized, oh no, you can beat it too quickly. And then they went, oh no, it's embarrassing if we tell them how fast you can beat it. So now we have to change the words so that it doesn't say the time. Because they planned the achievement out before they made the fucking thing and realized how bad it was.
Oopsie doodle.
And they're brash, so they're not going to take the time to fucking... They're like, this game has a 2-month turnaround. We don't have time to fix anything.
Well, it's actually deep how you can really just do it really fast. That's crazy.
13 minutes.
That's really good. Well, I mean, you can beat Ocarina of Time in like fucking 6 minutes, whatever. Now, so like, I mean, that's no view on a game's quality or value.
Castlevania in a minute 31 seconds, I believe, just enough time.
Wait, really? How the fuck is that?
Again, go watch the. I think it's Lament of Innocence, any percent speed run.
Lament of Innocence. Okay,
I believe so. During the Guilty Gear Strive PC boot up. you can beat the whole thing and watch the credits while Strive is getting to the main menu. Harmony of Dissonance? Excuse me, I got their game wrong.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm looking at Lament of Innocence and it's like, oh no, that's not.
My mistake.
not
Harmony of
possible.
Dissonance. I always get confused because of they used HD twice because of the Harmony of Despair game, because they wanted to get the HD pun a second time, but they already used HD. Anyway. So there you go.
Oh
We
yeah.
got another. You see it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. This is stupid. This is real stupid.
I also saw.
Okay.
I also saw glimpses of like this. I felt like I was looking into another dimension, but it was a Super Mario 64 video where it was like a speedrunning tech video that involved like breaking the game so hard, so open that you get to a level where you're using diagonal surfaces to create an infinite momentum trajectory that allows you to jump alternate worlds over to a copied world of a parallel universe for Mario 64, and in that world you can then set up enemies to be it was I don't half a press. Was that what it's called?
Have you ever seen a YouTuber named Yimfa? It's YMFAH.
I got scared. I got scared of the video. Yimfa?
Have you seen this gentleman?
Give me that name again.
This guy, Yimfa, YMFAH. This dude might be up your alley because he puts out these videos where I'll play like Skyrim or Dark Souls or some shit with the absolute most absurd conditions possible, to which he needs to break the game open like no one's ever broken it open before. The number one that I would recommend is beating the entirety of Skyrim without walking, without using the left movement stick. Ever.
Okay. So, the video I was describing is Super Mario 64. Watch for rolling rocks, and it is you. I think it's an attempt to beat the game with the minimal amount of A button presses possible. And the video is called 0.5 A button presses.
Yeah.
And it's that level of like, just, you can't, it's impenetrable and it's terrifying. Like, it gets scary at a point because every time he introduces a new layer of tech, like, that layer of tech has 18 layers beneath it that you need to understand why the current layer is useful. And I just don't, like, know if any other video game has ever been, like, this deconstructed. It's I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, you would really do well to take a look at Yimfa. Like, I'm looking at a video which is beating Dark Souls 3 without attacking. Just,
Okay.
stupid shit like that.
Okay. Let's take one over here from James says, "Dear Beowulga and Boyhead Whale, we all got our favorite video game doggos and our favorite cats, sometimes even birds and bears. But I had a discussion about Sin from Final Fantasy X, and it got me thinking, what's the best whale in a video game? Is it Sin, or is there a better one?" I got I got a number 1 and a number 2. Best whale in a video game. Second best whale in a video game goes to the one that chases Sonic.
Oh, damn that orca.
Because that was fucking cool. And that was like, oh shit, the future is now. That was the introduction of the future, was seeing Sonic running from the whale. Second, I'm going to say first, is Duff McWhalen from Mega Man X5, because his name is Duff McWhalen.
That's pretty good. I'm going to go with...
Which had to be changed later on because of the Guns N' Roses reference, which was not okay. But anyway.
I'm going to go with... Oh, this is tough. I want to say the Lunar Whale, honestly, from 4. My personal favorite whale is Darren Moran from Monster Hunter. It's a sand whale. It's really cool.
There you go.
Fuck you! Excuse me, I'm yelling at the woman off camera. She says I am her favorite whale. Thanks, honey. I hope your stream with Baba goes well.
Let's see. One more. Steven says, Dear Wall Maven and Pat Blovin was listening to last week's podcast. I don't know. Enthralled by the discussion of Jurassic and Triassic types, and the impending wipe, Meteora style. I encountered a bio of a contestant on a reality TV show, Top Shelf, wherein the participant was a former CIA analyst, had briefed the president, and then worked for Disney Threat Analysis and Mitigation Program. The image of Mickey Mouse ordering drone strikes on teenagers for using the Pirate Bay was too amazing for words. Could you... I got me wondering about what other companies might have secret intelligence arms and agencies. What media company's intelligence arm would you work for? Well, here's the thing. While Disney having an intelligence agency might be a hilarious thought to you, it shouldn't be. Because when you're this size of a company and you own this many things and you have this much, like, this many employees, people, and control over basically everything that we interact with on a daily basis, there's absolutely going to be an intelligence agency wing for every company of that size. And every Viacom and GE and all those, the big ones, they all absolutely have this. There's no question.
Sometimes there's just local crime syndicates.
Sometimes they are. Other times, it's not unlike South Park's depiction of Mickey Mouse as essentially a fucking crime boss. Yeah. Kicking people around. But make no mistake, these huge world-owning megacorps absolutely have these divisions that are looking out for the security of the corp or whatever it is, and potentially they'd say like the monitoring of their employees. Hey, that was a pretty fast response time. Good job. Yeah, this shouldn't be surprising to you. Someone working for the CIA and then Disney is like, yep. After all, Space Jam exists. Don't forget. This is where we live now.
Space Jam was created by CIA ninjas. And if you try and steal Space Jam, they will kill you.
Nabisco has a NSA-style agency. Make no mistake.
For real, though, Coca-Cola is, like, funded terrorism. Like, that's a real thing.
Yeah, they've also, like, slaughtered striking workers at the turn of the century. There you go.
I would not like to work for one. Ha! That's my answer.
All right. You want to send this out on a meme?
What meme would you like?
One that the kids will love and be sure to tweet as soon as they walk out of the theater.
Oh, okay. Oh, where's the door? Drake? Josh?
The Sixth God? Drizzy? Oh, no, not that one. I thought you meant the other Drake.
Where's the door? Where'd the door go?
Chungus. Just look, kids. Big Chungus. Big Chungus. Every kid's happy. Yeah.
Big Chungus.